Every day, every single day, things are happening in the world of deals and deal makers. And there's never enough time to keep up with every company, transaction, announcement, or whatever. It's just exhausting. And we have a new product to help fix that. This is Axios Pro Deals, a new premium subscription product bringing you tailor-made insights like never before. For the last 5 years, Axios has helped deal professionals navigate the whole deal landscape with Pro Rata. With Axios Pro Deals, we're diving deeper into the industries that matter most to you. You just want stories on fintech? There's a newsletter for that. MedTech deals? We've got you covered. The future of retail? We'll guide you. With Axios Pro Deals, you're going to be getting all of this industry-specific insight and expert analysis at a level you simply can't get anywhere else. So if you're a venture capitalist, private equity investor, banker, trader, founder, executive, anyone who cares about deals, Axios Pro is what you need to help you understand what matters and why. Start your free trial today at axiospro.com.
What's Next Summit is about to begin.
Welcome aboard.
Give it up for Axios co-founder Mike Allen and editor-in-chief Sarah Kehaulani-Gu.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the third annual Axios What's Next Summit. We appreciate all of you for being here, our guests who are joining us virtually around the world. And thank you to the Axios events team, which has spun up this amazing space and series of events. I'm Mike Allen, co-founder of Axios here in Washington with editor-in-chief Sarah Kehaulani-Gu. And this is one of our favorite days of the year, right? Because Axios experts are in from around the country. So this is like a reunion. We've all been having fun together. Amazing program today that's going to cover topics from AI to how business is changing, how policy is changing. Axios always tries to get to what matters, what's coming, and so that's why we love this What's Next sensibility. Business, tech, media, politics, how they all intersect, connect, and collide.
That's right, Mike. And this event gives us a chance to gather insights from transformative leaders you're going to hear from today, from across policy, business, technology, and it allows us to go a little deeper into how they're affecting what's next for how we work, play, and live our lives. Now, if you've been here in the past, in previous years, our previous What's Next Summits have featured amazing leaders and speakers such as renowned chef and humanitarian Jose Andres, music producer Timbaland, and the heads of formative companies like CVS, GM, and YouTube, just to name a few. Sorry for my voice today. But this year, we're going to hear from another emerging, another set of amazing leaders who we have include not one, but two cabinet officials on the stage today. Slack's new CEO, Denise Dresser's here, and AI thought leaders such as Alondra Nelson and Reshma Shojani.
So fun to look around this room, see so many friends. Hello, Bob. And we call this our Crystal Ball event. So in addition to the great programs here on the main stage, we'd love for you to check out the Innovation Hub downstairs. From Joby, we have a demonstration of virtual reality of electric air flight. I tried the AI robot that sorts your trash as you dispose of it, and it's called, of course, Oscar. And I also tried out the fully electric Honda Moto Compacto scooter and the Prologue SUV. You can't really pack up the SUV in your luggage, but the Moto Compacto scooter folds down this small. We're going to take a YouTube in a little bit of me on the scooter. And I was like, you could put this in the overhead. Turns out it has too big of a battery to put in the overhead. But the scooter is fun, and I was happy to see a scooter that has a seat. Also today, we're very honored to have Frank McCourt here. Is such a great pioneer. He's out with his book, Our Biggest Fight, which we were very honored to debut at Axios House at South by Southwest in Austin last week. Frank is an optimist, has some great ideas about how we can improve tech, and he's here. He and his Project Liberty are here, along with their new president, Mr. President Tomika Killaman. Appreciate your being here, and they are going to be, Frank will be signing books in the upstairs lounge. So we appreciate Project Liberty, and thank you very much to you and your team for being here to tell us more about our biggest fight, reclaiming liberty, humanity, and dignity in the digital age. And as blurbs go, it's a little tough to top this. Bruce Springsteen, the boss, calls this essential readings for our times.
Very cool. All right, I have a few logistics for us all just to give you a sense of how the day is going to go. So to provide you a quick rundown of the afternoon, we're going to have a short break in the middle of the programming today. So be sure to make it back here in time once that's over because we have a full slate of buzzy programming after the break. And otherwise, you're welcome to stretch your legs, take a call, get a coffee, whatever you need to do in the lounge upstairs. And if you need to refer to the summit agenda, it's on your badge that you're wearing or it's on the screens upstairs. After the programming concludes, we encourage you to take the short commute upstairs for our reception, where you can connect with fellow What's Next Summit attendees, enjoy some bites with us. So thank you so much. And
as we post on social media, we'd love for you to use the hashtag Axios WNS, Axios What's Next Summit. And on with the show, live from the Bay Area, Axios Chief Tech Correspondent, Ina Fried.
And Sarah. I'm really excited to be back here in DC. This is my third time at What's Next Summit, and I'm even more excited for our first speaker to help set the stage, because I think this is such a critical time for society. The advent of AI technology is going to reshape things. How it reshapes things is still yet to be determined. And I'm very excited to start things off with Alondra Nelson, who was involved in some of the government's earliest talks about how do we thoughtfully manage this. She co-authored the AI of Bill of Rights during her tenure as acting director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy at the White House. Please help me in welcoming Dr. Nelson. So I want to start off with some myth busting, because I think in all the discussion around AI, oftentimes when I hear it being talked about, I hear it being talked about as if it's going to be good or it's going to be bad. And correct me if I'm wrong, but my thinking is it's going to process ones and zeros, and whether it's good or bad depends on what we tolerate as a society, what we incentivize, what we regulate. I think some of that thinking is key to your work, both in the White House and out. But how do you think about these questions in terms of whether AI, how do we make it so that we have good outcomes and not bad outcomes?
Yeah, well, thank you. I'm so glad to be here. I think that's the profound question of our time. And it's, it is the case that this is a very powerful technology. And it is a bunch of zeros and ones, but it's also the mathiest math, right? So it's complicated, and there's a reason there's a kind of enchantment about it, and we should, stipulate that. But it's also the case that these are tools that we create, and that, they don't have their own agency, even though people are building AI agents. And what they become is up to us. What they are and what they become is totally up to us. And so I think we very much have to remain in the space of appreciating that it's the work that we do now in regulation and education, all out throughout society, that's going to actually create the future that we want. So, when people say, AI is going to cure cancer and it's going to, mitigate climate change and all of these things, all of that may be true. I don't know. It's those are all open questions. But what is the case, to your point, is like none of it's just going to happen. And we have the benefit of being pretty early in a moment of a new technology that we can begin to sort of put in place, hopefully, some of the infrastructure, some of the norms, some of the regulations, some of the standards we need to have those potential good outcomes that are still, even if we do some of this or a lot of this, only potentials.
And that both can happen. Like, it's not like if we use AI to achieve some good outcome, that prevents the bad outcome.
Right.
I want to rewind a bit to when you were in the White House crafting this AI Bill of Rights. What were the key things that you wanted to make sure got enshrined? Obviously, it wasn't law, it's the first step, but what were you hoping to achieve with that Bill of Rights?
Well, we were taking up some of the work of prior administrations, frankly. So the Obama administration, towards the end, had done really important work on AI and civil rights, on how to think about big data. What were some of the things that the policy issues the nation should be thinking about as we sort of increasingly were using large data sets? In the Trump administration, there was quite a bit of AI legislation passed. In the last few days of the Trump administration, actually, there was an National AI Act that was passed that said things like, we are going to establish, we use AI in government, and it's going to be done, abiding democratic values, and we're going to do it, and it's going to be trustworthy. And so the question for us coming in the Biden-Harris administration was like, what does that mean? What does it mean to have AI that we try to have, abide democratic values or try to have it be trustworthy? So very early on in the administration, we spun up a process. As you say, the blueprint for an AI Bill of Rights is not law, it's not legislation. And so we wanted to, particularly coming into office in the middle of a pandemic, at a time when there was quite a lot of distrust about science, about government, about technology. So how do we have a process in which we could engage people in thinking about questions about AI? So we wrote an op-ed, we put the White House and a White House email address at the bottom of the op-ed. We said, anyone can write to us about this. We're trying to think about what are the things that the American public should be asking for, or how should we be thinking about AI technologies in the context of American society. And we spent almost a year talking to school teachers and high school students and lots of experts and folks in local government and state government to sort of get a sense of sort of what they needed and what they were worried about, and also to distill from some really good, business partners in some instances, and also a lot of technological experts, like what is the best in class that we know that we can do to make, part of the subtitle of the AI Bill of Rights is about making these principles into practices. So systems should be safe and effective. You shouldn't, algorithms shouldn't discriminate against you. There should be some modicum of privacy. We were basically distilling the common sense things that people were telling us they wanted, and then trying to really flag what were those initial things that we know we can do. What we call red teaming broadly, risk assessment, third-party audits of algorithms and these sorts of things as a way to flag how we might move ahead. So that's what we were trying to accomplish, moving from lofty principles, but to also sort of how do you begin to operationalize those in a research lab, in industry, in government.
And it was kind of a rude awakening, I imagine, when you started on your latest projects of looking at, well, where is the technology right now? And I think that's such an important question. We need to look at the existential risks. We need to look at the things. But we have this set of technologies right now. It's here. It's powerful and flawed. And talk about what you've seen in your work. You've been doing some amazing work with Julia Angwin, who many of you know, fascinating journalist. What have you found in terms of what are the impact that these tools can have today and might have in a year where not only are Americans going to the polls, but a billion people around the world?
Yeah, I mean, it's a real challenge. So Julia and I started this summer something called the AI Democracy Projects, and we are just studying in lots of different ways the impact of algorithms on elections, on democracy, and back to the AI Bill of Rights on rights. And how do we, how is it impacting kind of these three sets of things? And the first study that we did was working with elections officials from red and blue states. It was a bipartisan effort. So we realized because so many of the large language models hallucinate, and they do so plausibly. So they give you information that looks right. And so unless you know with a kind of sense of specificity about a particular voting district or about a particular voting law or issue, it looks fine. It sounds great. And so we did what we've been calling sort of civic teaming. We had an all-day event that had AI experts, people from civil society, and election officials. We had colleagues from Maricopa County. We had the Secretary of State from Nevada. And we tested the chatbots on basic election information. So, I do appreciate that I think some of the data says like maybe 25% of Americans have used chatbots. So it's not suggesting that everyone's using this for elections information. But to the extent that they are, can they get valid, reliable information? And we found, so we had the experts rate the outputs, and more than half of them were inaccurate. 13% were rated to be biased, and between that they were rated to be harmful and just inaccurate or incomplete.
And inaccuracies here could mean telling you the wrong day. It could mean telling you the wrong procedures for vote by mail. Given where the technology is today, am I right in thinking that anyone that runs a chatbot should actually route their election questions some other way and provide can you really trust a chatbot with today's generative AI to do election information?
Sadly, you can't. And the election officials were really mortified. And so what was happening, so we had teams of people doing the testing. And to me, or to somebody even working at an election civil society organization, when it says, go to www.icanvote.org, it looks credible. You think you go there and get election information. These URLs didn't exist in some cases. In some instances, communities were told, we asked about a predominantly African-American community in Philadelphia. The result was that the community didn't exist and didn't have a polling site there because it couldn't be found. So, we've got challenges with the elections, and I think a lot of the discourse around it and the conversation is about deceptive content. So it's about deliberate disinformation with deepfakes and voice cloning and these sorts of things. And that is surely a problem, and we are already seeing that rise up as a problem.
Because that's what I was going to ask next. That the problems you outlined, and Julia, in that article were mostly the system by itself, with no malign actor, was just giving bad and unreliable information.
Yes.
We've had for the last couple presidential election cycles outside interference. People trying from Russia, from other places, to deliberately sow chaos. How powerful are these tools today as engines of disinformation? How worried are you that we're going to see a flood of social media posts either just poisoning the information landscape or deliberately trying to change things in one way or another?
It's already happening, right? We've already seen, if we think about the New Hampshire Democratic primary, we think about the robocall voice coining of President Biden's voice. So it's a problem, and we know it's happened in past elections. It happened in the 2016 election for sure.
But they didn't have these tools.
When they didn't have these tools, right? So the barrier to entry is much lower. It's much easier to, either if it's for the lulz, for the laughs, or for there's kind of malign state actors. I mean, it's much easier to do it now. But you compound that with being much easier to use, having more dissemination vehicles with lots of other kinds of social media, and also having the misinformation piece, which is the kind of death by 1,000 cuts of tools that are brittle and actually just don't work. They don't even work for what they claim to be able to do, which is to provide fairly accurate information about the world. So it's a pretty worrisome. I think we're right to be worried. We can't anticipate all of the challenges we'll have in the elections, and it's going to be I think it's a kind of cyber securitization of society, because these things are we're going to just have to try to mitigate in place and try to forecast to the extent that we can, but it's going to be a constant, I think, back and forth with dealing with these issues.
And do you have a sense of where the tech companies are in this? Because my sense is that, right leading up to the 2020 election, certainly afterward, there was a lot of focus on election security and integrity and protecting against things, because they knew 4 years earlier there had been these efforts. My sense is a lot of the companies have quietly scaled back, the big ones,
Yes.
the Facebooks of the world. That's one thing. And then you have these new AI companies. Oh, we're very committed. We have 4 people on our election integrity team. Are you worried that the people controlling the technology aren't devoting enough resources?
Yes. I mean, there have been, as we've seen, across the last year, voluntary commitments. So there's also been voluntary commitments from the companies around AI and elections in particular. And, lots of, I think, well-meaning discourse about wanting to be responsible actors here. But we really just cannot afford to mess this up. And, even going back, Julia and her team at Proof News recently went back to some of the chatbots and tested with some of the same questions, and they hadn't been fixed. And when we released our report, we went to all the companies and said, this is what we found. And they said, we had made promises in December and January that this wasn't going to happen, or we have fixed it, it's not going to happen again. And it's still a problem. And so it's a problem for the chatbots, but what we're, the business model and one of the hopes for AI, if we mitigate the risk and get it right, is that you can build whole worlds on these foundation models. And so the foundations are creaky. This is not a foundation on which to build, an enterprise business ecosystem, any kind of knowledge ecosystem, an election ecosystem, if you can't get sort of basic, accurate information. So to the extent that things like election information and large language models are being built into things like Perplexity AI, other kinds of more, varied AI systems are being built into Microsoft suites, Office suites and things. I mean, it's a real challenge. I mean, if this is, if we want to take literally the use of the word foundation model as the foundation of the AI ecosystem that we're building, it is creaky and brittle, and it's a real problem for democracy.
And certainly sometimes the people use the chatbots or AI systems to generate the information, but the social media layers are where it gets broadcast. We're hearing a lot right now about TikTok, and I'm curious what you think. I mean, my sense is there is an existential threat. Just like AI, there's a bunch of real-term concerns. There's a near-term misinformation, bias, discrimination, wealth concentration, and then there's the existential robots might kill us all. To me, you gotta pay attention to both, but you gotta have 2 separate conversations. It feels like there's something similar in social media, where we're having one conversation about TikTok and the threat that someday the Chinese might use this to influence us. But are we not in a moment where all sorts of countries are using the American social media we have? How important is it that we regulate what's happening on Facebook and whatever used to be Twitter and all those places in addition to paying attention to TikTok?
So I would slightly quibble and say it's not 2 different conversations, and this is why we're having a challenge mitigating it, right? Because the challenge that we face with TikTok, potentially, is, who owns the data and where's it going? Some of that data, some of the data that we're concerned about is being sold by American data broker companies that are not regulated. So the issue, I think, that really undergirds all of it is really about data as not, we talk about, generative AI as being dual use or general purpose use. I mean, data and data flows and the data ecosystem is the ultimate kind of dual use. And so the data is circulating, and, if we care about data privacy and we care about not sort of capitalizing on American data and being able to sell it all over the place, even accounting for other expert controls and other controls that would say, oh, well, you can sell Americans' data to these countries or people in these countries, but not those countries. It is putting a Band-Aid on the larger issue, which is that we fundamentally need a federal data privacy regulation. Right? We got close last year. I mean, that's not going to solve everything, but it would really sort of create a baseline of expectations that would make it far more difficult for some of the concerns that we have, both from malign actors and just in the day-to-day about people.
So we have to do all those things.
Yeah.
would you also ban TikTok, or is that not helping?
I think it matters who owns TikTok, and so I think that we have to take that quite seriously. I would, I think we should regulate social media companies, and I think we should regulate platforms. And that can be done, and we still have not done that. And some of the issues that we're facing right now that you even raised are because we've not, for nearly a decade, done these sort of basic things. So let's see.
Well, I would love to talk to you about this stuff for hours, and I hope we'll get a chance to talk some more. I hope you'll continue to be a voice on these issues, and thank you so much for what you're doing and for sharing your insights here at What's Next.
Thank you.
Introducing Axios senior media reporter, Sarah Fisher.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. We are so excited to have Jimmy Pitaro, the chairman of ESPN, return to our stage after we last had him on in 2022. A lot has changed since then. ESPN has announced a plethora of efforts to bring the network into the streaming era, and we're here to talk to Jimmy about its innovation. Please join me in welcoming Jimmy Pitaro. Jimmy, thank you for doing this.
It's great to be here. Hi, everyone.
Great to see you. Let's start off with news of the day, because there is no short of news when it comes to ESPN. There are a ton of reports right now around what could be your latest distribution deal with the college football playoffs. There have been reports that that deal is done, around a $7.8 billion deal. Is there any truth to that? Where is the status on that?
So I'll start by saying college sports are incredibly important to ESPN. They have been for decades. And that, of course, includes college football and the college football playoff. I am very happy to announce here now that we have come to agreement with the college football playoff, and we will be extending our partnership for another 6 years. So there are two components to this. With the expansion from 4 to 12 teams, we needed to amend our current deal. So we have 2 seasons left on our current deal. So we got that deal done. We got the amendment done that gave us the ability to broadcast these additional games. So when you're going from 4 to 12 teams, you're going from 3 to 11 games. So that's closed. And part 2 is, as I mentioned before, a 6-year extension where we will maintain the exclusive rights to broadcast this expanded college football playoff. So we're announcing that right now.
Wow. And yes,
Thank
round
you.
of applause. And just to quickly follow up on that, if it were to expand further from 12 to 14 teams in 2026, does this deal address that?
It does. If it does expand from 12 to 14 teams, those games will also be on our networks.
And that roughly $7.8 billion price tag, how close to reality is that?
We don't, I mean, you know how this works. We don't talk about our fees or our average annual value. I will say that we feel, from my perspective, a good deal is when both sides are happy. We feel really good about the deal, and we believe that the College Football Playoff Committee feels really good. The commissioners, everyone who was involved feels really good about it. It was a long process. They had to get a lot of their issues resolved among the conferences, et cetera, and they did. And as soon as they did, we were ready because we had been working on our deal for so long. We had things teed up, and so as soon as they came back to us and said, we are now good, we have alignment among the conferences, among the constituents, it didn't take us long to get our deal done and signed.
So then let's follow up to the other big deal that we're waiting on, the NBA rights. Where does ESPN stand with that? WNBA as well?
Yeah, the NBA is incredibly important to ESPN and the Walt Disney Company, and we are now currently in our exclusive negotiating window. that was part of our current deal, that is part of our current deal. And so we are actively engaged with the league. It is, from our perspective, an incredibly valuable asset, not just to ESPN, but to the entire Walt Disney Company. You all know that ABC broadcasts the finals. We have ABC doing regular season games. So it is important to us. We very much want to get this done. We see the league as ascending. It's got a much younger audience than the average sports audience that we see. I actually saw this morning a stat that 56%, this is not confirmed, but I read this morning that 56% of NBA fans are under the age of 44, which is really impressive. So for us, Sarah, we talk about our priorities at ESPN, and we usually start with audience expansion, and a big component there is speaking to attracting a younger audience. So we think the NBA can really help us.
And to that point on audience expansion, how much does the women's sports part play in that? I ask because WNBA rights are up for grabs. You have Caitlin Clark bringing a lot of momentum there. Should we expect ESPN to go big there?
Women's sports have been a priority for decades, long before I got to ESPN. And we take a lot of pride in how we've helped grow women's sports. Collegiate, professional. The WNBA, we expect, will be a part of any deal, any renewal that we did with the NBA. And again, going back to my point before on ascension, we're seeing the same thing, if not more, on the WNBA side. And there are so many great stories coming with the upcoming draft, with Caitlin Clark declaring that she's going to go pro. We have an original series coming out around women's college basketball. We actually announced it yesterday. It's called Full Court Press, focused on 3 female collegiate basketball players. And we're going to launch that in mid-May, over 2 days on ABC, and then it'll go over to ESPN+. But it'll be a nice prelude to the NBA draft, the WNBA draft in Brooklyn in mid-April. So we could not be more excited about women's sports. And the next I guess, asset that's available is the WNBA. But we did, as you know, just renew our deal with the NCAAs, and we have all of the women's collegiate sports championships, which we're really excited about. And National Women's Soccer League, of course. Yes, we several months ago we announced a deal with the NWSL, and they just kicked off this past Saturday. We kicked it off on ABC with a Kansas City game in the first ever purpose-built stadium for women's professional sports. Wow. So that was pretty exciting. Let's quickly pivot to some other aspects of ESPN and innovation. You announced a joint venture with Warner Brothers Discovery and Fox Corp to create a standalone sports direct-to-consumer product. Yep. I have a question for you, which is, Lachlan Murdoch, heading Fox Corp, said that he expects over 5 years that 5 million people would sign up for this thing. If you were to do the math, let's say it's like $40 or $50 a month, split amongst the 3, it doesn't seem like it's going to be that incremental of an added bonus to your bottom line. Like, what is the value of doing this JV when you're already announcing a different, separate effort to go direct to consumer? So a couple of things. First off, optionality. It's really focused on the consumer first, giving the consumer, the sports fan, more options. There are right now over 50 million non-pay TV households in this country. And we know a big chunk of them are sports fans. And so the idea is to create a product that speaks to them, that can get them off of the sidelines. Number 2, I would say, this is really about simplicity, ease of access. What we hear about every single day from our sports fans is some frustration in terms of fragmentation, discoverability. We all know, like, if you're a sports fan, oftentimes you need several apps, you need several usernames and passwords, you have several charges that show up on your credit card. And so we took a step back and said, is there an opportunity to work together with Fox and Warner Brothers Discovery to create an experience where it's somewhat centralized? And you can fire up your app and have a good chunk of sports content, more than just ESPN has to offer. And then to your point on economics, I do just want to highlight the fact that each of us is pulling out their affiliate rates. So while it's a joint venture where we're investing in it equally, in terms of how the economics work, this is a digital MVPD. And so we are each going to take out of it what we typically get paid in the marketplace from another MVPD.
And all of your sort of telecom or cable relationships, they're okay with this arrangement?
I haven't had any conversations with any of them. Our affiliate sales team is in regular conversations with them, and my understanding is they understand that this is about the customer. This is about identifying a gap. Look, just to take a step back, our mission is to serve the sports fan anytime, anywhere. So when we decided that we were going to make ESPN available direct to consumer, and we announced that that's going to come next fall of 25, we also said, okay, is there another opportunity to offer a product or a service that is more than ESPN? And we ultimately obviously concluded yes, so that's the joint venture. So just holistically, if you look at this from a macro perspective, we're going to remain in the big bundle, like the cable, satellite, digital MVPD bundle with YouTube TV and Hulu Live. We will remain there, and that will remain a priority for us. That's a business that's been very good to us and will continue to be very good to us. But on the other end of the spectrum is us taking our flagship channels direct to consumer, and then somewhere in between, and we believe that there is an ocean in between where you can offer more than ESPN, but at a price point below what a digital MVPD or an MVPD charges.
So what are you thinking in the terms of that price point, like $40, $50 a month?
So that is what has been reported, that range, 40 to 50. We have not yet locked in on a price, but that range feels right to me.
In terms of the flagship opportunity, it seems to me like a lot of the ESPN momentum, we just talked about it, is around football, college football, the NFL. How do you prevent this from becoming like a seasonal subscription where someone comes in August, right ahead of preseason, and then cuts it after the Super Bowl?
It's a great question. So it's about content, right? And so the joint venture will address a large part of that because it is just more content for the sports fan than just ESPN or just Fox or just Warner Brothers Discovery can offer. In the aggregate, it's pretty compelling offering, especially if you look at it through MLB lens, through an NHL lens, through a college football lens. It's a pretty compelling mix. And then on top of that, look, our studio programming is world class. In a world of cord cutting, where I think no one would have been surprised years ago if our studio ratings were down. Our studio ratings are all up and to the right, and that is pretty amazing. Again, when you have 6 to 7% decline in the MVPD universe, and you're seeing ratings for Get Up and First Take up and to the right month after month. First Take, I believe, for 19 consecutive months, and may actually be 20, I think it's 19, is up in their ratings year over year. Get Up is setting records and is one of the best morning programs, not just sports programs, but morning programs available today. So we take a lot of pride in the fact that we have, to your point in terms of churn, we have the studio programming, and then we have our original film content.
I want to follow up with you on programming, but just a quick thing before we move on from the JV. You're here in Washington. We've reported and others have that the DOJ is looking at this JV. Do you have any regulatory concerns about it?
Look, I can't comment on any regulatory concerns or issues. What I will say is, I will reiterate my earlier point, which is that you take a step back, this is a consumer-friendly offering. This is about giving the sports fan another option and really simplifying the sports experience for them.
So let's go back to studio programming for a second. Obviously 30 for 30 in the past. What is your commitment to originals, or do you think you're shifting?
No, we are not shifting. We remain committed. It's if you look at our brand research, 30 for 30 is one of our best performing brands, especially with younger people. And so what you're going to see is us continuing to invest in stories that we think move the needle. So if you walk the halls of Bristol or Los Angeles, you'll hear people talking about bigger and bolder. And so we take a lot of pride in properties like The Last Dance, or The Captain with Derek Jeter, or Man in the Arena with Tom Brady. We have a documentary or a series coming out on Serena Williams. I already mentioned Full Court Press, which will follow Caitlin Clark. It's that spirit. Stories that we really think will move the needle for us. So you can expect more of that from us.
And then in terms of the talent, obviously you had Pat McAfee coming in. You are, essentially paying to license his programming. You have no editorial control. One of the things we hear a lot from ESPN talent, homegrown talent, is why does Pat get to say whatever he wants on his air, whereas we have to adhere to these really strict standards? Do you worry that people aren't going to want to come up through ESPN as homegrown talent to do shows, and they'd rather go the other route? Is that your plan to bring more in from the other route?
I don't worry about that, and I do not hear that personally from our talent. If you look at the opportunities that we provide for our talent, we are a sprawling enterprise, and there are so many paths to take when you join ESPN. I mean, if you look at some of our younger talent and how they've grown, like Laura Rutledge, Malika Andrews, it's incredible, and they're thriving. And so Marcus Spears is another great example, Dan Orlovsky. We take a lot of pride in developing our talent and giving them opportunities, and I do believe that our talent appreciate the breadth of opportunities that they have at ESPN. One more thing, just in terms of licensing shows and Pat McAfee's show. I mean, just to take a step back, we all know this. We are in a battle for people's time. It's incredible. It's more competitive than it has ever been, and so we have to try new things. We have to experiment, and sometimes that might make some people uncomfortable. And I get that. And we went into Pat and I talked about this. We went into that relationship knowing that and understanding that. But from my perspective, I'm going to go full circle here, audience expansion and appealing to a younger generation. The Pat McAfee show is a needle mover with younger people because of the authenticity. I don't think it should be because Pat, because there's curse words on the show. I think it's because the folks on that show, starting with Pat, speak authentically and from the heart.
So then, in terms of ways to advance the audience, how does ESPN Bet play into that? And do you have any early indicators of how that partnership is going?
We're very pleased with it. We launched in mid-November. We just recently launched in our 18th state in North Carolina, and the tech is very solid. The product roadmap that I've seen is really compelling. We chose Penn Entertainment as our partner because we trust the leadership team, starting with the CEO, Jay Snowden, and then on down. We spent a lot of time in the marketplace speaking with a bunch of different enterprises, and we ultimately went with the folks that we felt like were going to deliver against our mission.
But if they couldn't make Barstool fans, which are the most hyper-engaged fans on the internet, if they couldn't convert those into bettors, what makes you think they can convert the ESPN?
Well, look, we have an advantage in terms of the brand. ESPN brand it's compelling, but it's beyond the brand. It's also the megaphone that we provide. What you're seeing, especially this week as we head into March Madness, you're seeing promotion for ESPN Bet across our linear properties, across digital. The social team, we have a dedicated social media team at ESPN. They've made this a priority and created dedicated handles. and it's all going great. It's all far exceeding our expectations. And I think if the Penn folks were here, they would say it's exceeding their expectations too. That said, this is literally the first inning, and that's an understatement. This was a 10-year partnership that we entered into, but out of the gate in November, we were very pleased with what we saw for the first few months.
We have just a minute left, so I want to ask you, ESPN was looking for a strategic partner, potentially to help it usher into the digital age. Where do you stand on that search?
We're in active conversations. We're looking at this through a couple of different lenses. And we've talked about this before, you and I have talked about this before, but first off, content. When we take flagship channels and make them available over the top direct to consumer, is there a way to augment our content offerings? Again, another reason why we looked at the joint venture and took that so seriously. And then lens number two is distribution. Obviously, when we launch flagship direct, we want to make sure that we're maximizing the distribution there. So
am I correct in assuming that if distribution matters to you, a big tech firm might be a better partner over a league?
That would be a correct statement in terms of how we're thinking about things, yes.
And then last but not least, at Axios, we love to end things on one fun thing. And so much of what we're talking about today with innovation is around AI. AI is like the buzzword for everything. What is ESPN's plans for implementing AI?
I'd start with captioning, incredibly important. For us to be able to offer captioning for all of our programming. I think last year we had something like 34,000 live events across ESPN platforms. And so we want to be able to offer captioning for the hearing impaired for all of those events. So that's one way. Another way is text to audio. You know, we all commute, so many of us commute. I spend over 2 hours in the car when I'm driving to and from Bristol, our headquarters, and we have a lot of long-form journalism. And so for me to be able to tap on listen and get an audio playback of one of our investigative stories, that's fantastic. And then the last thing I'd say is highlights. We all know highlights are so important to ESPN. We have a partnership with a company called WSC Sports, and through AI, they're able to really help us generate highlights at scale.
Wow, Jimmy, so much going on in this interview. So you have renewed your CFP deal, a 6-year deal. Part of it does address the team expansion in 2026, if that were to happen. In talks about the exclusive NBA deal, WNBA as well. Women's sports are a priority for ESPN. You're not worried about talent with Pat, and you say that he brings in younger audiences. 34,000 live events last year. That's pretty outstanding. And then just lastly, you're not giving up on original programming. It's going to be a core part of reducing churn for both the flagship opportunity and the JV. We'll see how the regulatory landscape looks with the JV. Jimmy Pitaro, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you, Sarah.
We
appreciate it.
Please welcome our View from the Top moderator and Axios publisher, Nicholas Johnston.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Nick Johnston, the publisher of Axios. It's so great to see all of you here this afternoon. This is our third What's Next Summit. This is a huge tentpole for us at Axios. It's so exciting to showcase a lot of our journalism, exciting to welcome so many of our readers and subscribers here today. And we're also super grateful for the partners that helped make it happen. Nothing that we do at Axios would be possible without our partners. So I'm very excited to welcome to the stage for our first View from the Top conversation today. Our kickoff partner today at What's Next Summit, the co-founder and CEO of Zip, Larry Diamond. Larry, welcome to Axios. Hey, what's next? How are you? Welcome. So let's start big picture, for lots of folks like me who have like a wallet full of credit cards like that were invented in the 1930s, talk a little bit about buy now, pay later industry and like where Zip fits into that.
No, it's funny. I think you're talking about the George Costanza wallet. I don't know how many in the audience have the George wallet, but look, buy now, pay later, we really see as the next generation of financial innovation, particularly in the credit card space, but ultimately financial services. And I think the example that you just touched on is a great one, where Frank McNamara in 1950 took a couple of clients out dining, and when it came time for the bill, he didn't have his wallet, right? And most people would just continue life being incredibly frustrated, but he founded Diners, which is a charge card that lets you pay off everything at the end of the next month.
Right.
I would argue in 74 years, we haven't seen much innovation in this space. And in fact, we've arguably gone backwards if you look at what's happened in the credit card industry, right? Up 50% since the bottom of COVID, high interest balances, etc. And so enter buy now, pay later. Really, it does two things. For retailers in particular, it allows them to have this direct relationship with customers, bypassing banks, building loyal customers. And on the consumer side, it allows you to pay back over 1 or 2 paychecks. It's very simple and easy, and it's effectively training wheels for credit and financial literacy.
Yeah, and like we've talked about this a little bit before about how that training wheels metaphor is interesting, how like helping you reach a different universe of consumers, people who are unbanked or financially underserved. Talk a little bit more about like how that fits into what your goals are and how you see that as an opportunity and something that needs to be solved.
Look, I think when you look at the customers, they say up to 50% of Americans have now interacted with buy now, pay later products, okay?
And these are people who would not have been able to use credit cards.
These are people who might be emerging credit, could be students. It could also be individuals who might have been credit averse, so have not actually built that credit profile. And so buy now, pay later is now providing a financially inclusive way to bring people into the financial industry. But it's got really fantastic traits associated with it, right? This ability to grow over time, show responsible payback. And I like to contrast the credit card, which has a fundamentally different structure, where the average balance is close to $6,000, and I think that could take you 25 years to sort of pay back. So it's allowing more people into the community. It's helping them build fantastic traits, and for retailers, it's really helped driving that sort of next wave of consumers.
So tell me a little bit like where you and Zip fit into this. Like, what are your hopes and dreams? What are you focused on in this area?
So we are 10 years old. We've been in the States now for about 5 years. And I think for us, we want to be that trusted financial partner to this next generation. Buy now, pay later started in really the Gen Zennial space, okay? The Gen Z and millennials, which sort of represents 42% of American consumers. It's now fanned out into much more mainstream. We want to be seen as that trusted partner, incredibly customer obsessed. We have every quarter, we will get a whole range of consumers into our office and around the country. We listen to them. We have the entire company dial in. We hear what's going well, what isn't going well, and we build for them. And we want to become the most customer-centric financial services business around.
Is that a little bit of the solution there? I mean, if you could broaden it again back to the financially underserved.
Yeah.
Like, what is the role or the obligation even that financial institutions like yours or others have in expanding that pool of available credit or access to credit?
Look, I think what's important for all of us is to never say no to a customer that you don't need to say no to, right? And we need to go the distance to show that we are trying what we can to understand that consumer. Someone could have been divorced many years ago, but now is in a really strong financial position. Let's look at the cash flow of that particular customer. Let's help nurture them and provide the financial literacy that we don't believe has been there since opening up bank accounts. And I think the banks in particular obviously are sitting on so much data. If they would just delve into the data and really understand, they could provide wonderful products and services for these customers.
I mean, it's the idea of almost bringing a more technological startup approach to it. I think was what you're talking about, is sort of like understanding in a more nuanced way all this data that exists so you can reach more customers.
Yeah, and I think that's why we've seen such a proliferation of this. It started online in e-commerce, and it's quite remarkable, that little widget on that product detail page when you're looking at your Nike Air Max or you're buying a sweater for your dog. Disrupted online retail. It then disrupted omni-channel retail, and it's now disrupting financial services because banks recognize that this is the sort of the credit card, the entry product for the customer of tomorrow.
Right.
And being at that checkout in this sort of decentralized world of distributed banking where you're meeting the customer where she is, now all of a sudden you have this rich array of data that you can actually look at and make a decisive decision.
And I think the big thing you mentioned before is that it's better for both sides of that transaction because like both the retailer knows what's happening here instead of and the customer knows what's happening here instead of one of these pieces of plastic sitting in the middle.
That's right. It's sitting in the George.
I mean, I can touch
Costanza wallet, right?
Well, I'm conscious about it.
When I actually first moved to the States and I went to the office down in Chelsea, I'm about to leave. My wife said to me, Ash, where's your physical card? Because I come from Australia where everything is entirely digital. But sort of back to your point, one of our first customers, Naomi, the story we like to tell, was going through the checkout in December prior to Christmas. And she was looking to buy a bicycle, first bicycle for her son, and she had three choices. The credit card, which is high revolving, high interest, takes 26 years to pay back the average balance. The debit card, which meant that she's really eating into savings during that time, or paying back buy now, pay later over 1 or 2 paychecks, pay as you go over the cycle. And that flexibility really allows her to be in control.
Yeah. We're at the What's Next Summit, so it seems appropriate to ask what is next? Like, what's the direction of this industry going on? What's next for buy now, pay later?
For Zip, I go back to that point is we want to reach out to all customers, understand them. And so we are investing a lot in our understanding, our decisioning, our underwriting, not just FICO and credit scores, but a lot's going into bank transactional data where we can mine the data, really understand where the customer is at and bring them onto the platform. Another big piece is we want to be that budgeting partner to our customers. And so it's not just paying over 1 or 2 months, it's paying over multiple months as well. And I think the other piece is as payments becomes invisible, the example we spoke about earlier today is as parents, and as we tap and buy gifts for our children and whatnot, they think there's sort of this endless amount of money sitting behind this invisible wallet. And I think it's incumbent on financial services provider to go the distance to put control back in the hands of customers. All right? So how do we do that? How do we build that into the UX of our products and services? So even though it's becoming seamless and effortless, customers feel like they're empowered. There's
an education behind that where it's not free money. No, there's actual understanding of what's behind
education, controls, gamifying the right behavior.
Yeah.
We reward customers for sort of paying on time and helping them build their financial profile with us.
All right. Before we get the hook here, Axios, as Sarah said, likes to end on one fun thing. So look, I'm asking a payment processor a fun thing. Tell me the craziest, wackiest thing you've heard of someone buying with Zip.
All right. Look, we've seen WWE championship belts and we've seen Power Ranger helmets, but the example that we saw a couple of years ago, interestingly in the data, was correlation between diapers and PlayStation. Okay, diapers and PlayStation games.
Buying these things together
instead of a bundle, right?
I don't know why they're doing that.
I think when you look at it, it really connects with the customer. This is a young family, young adults, they're sort of growing up, or it's someone, a Gen X who's had maybe a late child in life. But, it was a really interesting correlation, validated.
Navigating that transition
going
with
after.
a video game system and an infant in the house. I sympathize for them. Larry, thanks so much for being here. This was a great conversation. Thanks for Zip for making today possible. Stick around, the conversations continue.
Thanks so much. Thank you.
Introducing Axios Senior Business Reporter, Hope King.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our What's Next Summit. Thank you all so much for joining us. How many of you use Slack? This is an audience participation question, so thank you for participating. Well, I bring it up obviously because our next guest is the CEO of Slack. And for our very first What's Next Summit, we actually had the co-founder of Slack, Stuart Butterfield, here to talk about all of the changes that were happening in workplace culture, behavior amid the pandemic. And now there is another set of factors driven by, of course, generative AI that is also changing how we work. And that's going to be part of the conversation, but it's not going to be everything. We have so much more to talk about in terms of workplace culture and how we actually build it now online. So please join me in welcoming to the stage the CEO of Slack, Denise Dresser. Welcome.
Thank you. Good to be here.
See you. So this is very special for us because this is Denise's first live event appearance as CEO, and so we're so thrilled that you would join us for this.
I'm thrilled to be here.
Before we get started, some very serious questions. What does your Slack profile picture look like?
Well, I mean, it's pretty boring compared to what I heard you say, where you really take pride in it. Mine is me and a pretty basic picture of me, but I really do express myself with emojis, and I'd say that's probably where it really comes to life.
Okay, before we get that, is it a professional photo?
It's a professional photo.
Okay, it's a professional.
Yeah, it's a professional photo. I'm in a white suit. It's, you know, I don't look much more different. I'm recovering from a cold, so I'm going to talk as loud as I can.
No, you're fine.
I don't look that much different than I look right now.
Right, okay, good. Mine is a still of the moment when Michelle Yeoh was handing the Oscar over to Emma Stone. So just as a meme, I'm like a big memer in my profile.
I love it.
What is the most used reaction emoji though for you? So if I were logged in right now and someone sent me a message and I hovered.
It's probably one of two things. One is let's go. So that's sort of an expression I say, like let's go and let's go make it happen. And then the other one, which is kind of silly and it'll tell you a little bit about me, but I really like when I see someone's eyes on something that I have sent. I didn't see how many people raised their hands in the audience.
Almost everybody, yeah.
Okay, so there's just something psychological for me when I see someone's eyes when they're reading something. So I know they see it, they're reading, they're acting it. So I use the eyes a lot.
I'm big on the eyes. And the last question, I'm an always gray daughter. Does anybody know what that means? My dot is always gray. It's not green. And it's not white. I just keep it that way because I'm always online.
Yes.
Why do I need to be green? So how do you feel about that? Should I be turning my light on green more often?
I think it's really personal preference. I think that it's about how you want to set your own boundaries. I even think about this with my own work, is making sure that you give employees the freedom to disconnect as they need to, scheduling send things later. But if you're the kind of person that's always on and that works for you, then that's your preference. And that's how I think about it.
Okay, look, I'm asking you these questions. They sound trivial, but they're not. This is the new way that we show up to work.
Yeah.
I used to work for a bank. I had a cubicle. I decorated it. Right, I would know who to avoid at the water cooler, and now I have to do this in the digital world. And I feel like this is how we're building culture. How do you think about building products that help companies build culture in these very small digital sort of formats?
Yeah, I mean, we think deeply about it. You mentioned Stuart coming up 2 years ago, and I think when Slack was started, the mission was to make work simple, pleasant, and more productive, and bring a little bit of, dare I say, joy and delight. And that is still part of the ethos today, is work happens on Slack. We're going to talk about this. We talked a little bit backstage, but what I deeply think about is, what is that consumer experience that we all want to have while we're doing the work of work, which, let's face it, sometimes isn't that exciting, but we need to get it done, and we need to be kind of let's go and get it done. So we think about it deeply. We think about the little moments when you go, if you're in a canvas and the prompt is there and it says, once upon a time. The idea being, when someone's writing and telling a story, that maybe you give somebody the moment of whimsy to actually have culture and have fun in what you're doing. And so we think about, number one, how to create fun, joy, delight, making things simple, pleasant, and more productive. But on the idea of productivity, it's also about making sure that you give everyone the tools to actually be effective in the platform, to reduce the noise. And some new enhancements in the product we've done recently have done that. One, which is my favorite, is anyone using Ketchup? Catch-up. If you're not using Catch-up, you have to check it out. So Catch-up is exactly as it sounds. If you've been in this meeting, and hopefully you're not on Slack in this meeting, but when you leave, you will have missed some things. And so the idea of being able to go to your phone, go right to Catch-up, simple, right? That's what it is. And it's pleasant. You swipe right, you swipe left, and you move through messages. It's those things like that to really create a culture of productivity, efficiency, and a little bit of joy.
Well, what advice would you give to managers and employees about how to stand out better in a digital-only environment, right, workplace, if you're a fully digital company?
Yeah.
And, especially for workers who, again, for some people who are green light and white light.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of everybody evolving and understanding the purpose of what they're doing. Slack is a platform where work happens. So as I said before, it really is work. It is messaging, it is collaboration, but there's workflow and there's automation. And it becomes a command center and an operating system, in my mind. And I think that's something that people don't always know. They think message and channel and all the fun, but there's so much that happens. And so what I think about is the right context for the right job. What are you doing? Who are you communicating with? And thinking about what the appropriate behavior is, just like you do. And I think using the platform as a way to express your own personality digitally is another thing. I like to record clips, because sometimes I feel like I want someone to get the essence of what I'm explaining.
And these are short video.
These are short videos. If you don't know what they are, they're right there. You can either write text, or you can do a clip, or you can huddle someone. And I think about that, and I think sometimes when I know I'm communicating to a certain person, it's kind of how you tailor your conversation to the right audience, the right behavior, the right effort, the right kind of modality. Slack gives you plenty of ways to do that and think about how you show up and how you do use that right modality.
So Slack is one tool that we all use in our day-to-day, and according to one study published in the Harvard Business Review, they analyzed sort of the average worker and found that most of us are switching from app to app, from website to website, tab to tab, nearly 1,200 times a day. And this is a toggling task. When you talk about work of work, this is the work of doing work.
Yeah.
Is the promise of generative AI that we will get rid of some of the back and forth commute since we're not commuting to the office?
Well, it absolutely is a huge unlock, but I'd even back up from there. This context switching is really real. I think we're in a world where we've never had more messages, more information coming at us at one time. But that's also an opportunity. And so when I think about the way that our users use Slack, not only is generative AI a big unlock, which we're going to talk about in a minute, but I also just think about applications. And so what our users are able to do in Slack is, on average, they're obscuring 50 or so applications, because they're bringing Workday, they're bringing Coupa, they're bringing Salesforce, they're bringing all of that work into a platform so that they can approve and they can do the work right in the flow of work. And so it does reduce that cognitive load. And then you think about approvals and automation. Our customers are using so many automation, 35% time reduction in doing the work of work when you drive automation in the platform. But then, as you said, generative AI is where I think we're all very excited as people who do work every day. The power of being able to drive productivity around simple things, which we're going to show in a moment, but summarization of threads and channels, searching. Those are two areas that really create opportunity to unlock with generative AI in a more trusted way.
So let's talk about that, and we have a little video that we're going to show.
We're going to
watch it.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I think we're queuing it up now. Walk us through what we're seeing right now.
Okay, before I walk you through what we're seeing, let me just set the stage for what we did. So we created Slack AI. Slack AI is native in Slack. And when you think about it, it's something you turn it on immediately. I'm going to show you in a minute. Turn it on immediately, no training. And you're able to actually, in the flow of work, do things today like search and summarization. And it's different because you aren't leaving Slack and going out to, say, a Copilot or something else. You're doing it in the flow of work. None of the data leaves. It's right in your Slack profile. So you have immediate impact, and it's showing you a business outcome. So now let me show you what that is. So what you're first looking at is you're actually looking at a channel summary, Project Gizmo, and we just hit this little sparkle button. And what it did is actually summarized the last 7 days of text, and then we're in search. I'm going to do it one more time. So this is searching. Natural language search right in Slack so that you can ask a question and get the information right there with reference to where the channel actually happened. I'm going to go back and do that one more time if it can roll. That was search. And then maybe we're not.
We'll do it one more time.
Let's see, can we do it one more time? It's fast. So the one that you saw is fast. It's very fast. And so what you saw was simply in Slack, when you go into a channel or a thread, you just click on that sparkle button and it summarizes the conversation, the content. Same thing for threads. I mean, it is so intuitive in the flow of work. We've had customers in pilot, Uber, Anthropic, Spot On, using it with tremendous benefit. And then beyond that, customers are building their own custom AI applications right within Slack. 13,000 applications have been built in the last year. So I think it represents incredible, obvious productivity in my mind.
I mean, a lot of us, I think, are productive enough. Like, how much? I don't know how much more productivity we
Right.
can squeeze out of all
Right.
of us. So, like, how much more should we be? I can't think of the marginal additive benefit of this stuff in context of like how much more we can actually get done. So
Well,
explain
yeah.
that to me.
So here's how I think about it. So I started in the role 4-ish months ago, but who's counting? And there was quite a lot to get up to speed on, as we all know. And so for me, it wasn't about how much more, but how much better could I do it? And so I found things like, I used it, of course, as the CEO, I used it immediately and had it in pilot for me, but I was able to figure out what has been the 5-year product strategy? What are the decisions that we made or that we didn't make, and why? And what is happening with the culture? What are some of the things we're wrestling with? So it isn't that we're doing more, we're doing it in a smarter way, I think, and helping people really have context. You mentioned culture. Think about new employees that come to an organization, and Slack can be a way that employees really understand culture and understand how a company works. And I mean, here's a funny example of maybe doing less when I could have done more, but maybe I didn't need to. When I started, one of the things I think is very important, and certainly part of our ethos at Salesforce and Slack, is storytelling. The best way to talk about what a product can or can't do is by telling a story of somebody else who's had that type of benefit. And I was getting, and I'm embarrassed to tell you this, but it's a true story of kind of changing the paradigm. I was getting on a call with a customer who was the CEO of a large hospitality organization. And truth be told, I was running behind and I had a lot going on and I didn't have any stories top of mind. And as I got into the Google Meet, I thought, oh my God, how is it possible? I'm showing up and I don't have any stories about other hospitality companies, what the outcomes are of Slack, how they're using it. And I very quickly used Slack AI just to search other customers, other companies in that industry. And then not only got that, but got the story summarized. Often you can find information, but you're really just being brought to new documents. And then you've got to read that document and on and on and on. Before, I'm proud yet embarrassed to say, before he got on the call, I had the stories and I had the information. And I had it right there in front of me. So what I'm thinking about is different ways in which we work and also working better.
Sounds like
now I don't want to do that all the time.
Sure,
but you get the point.
It sounds like ultra cramming to me. Or we go back to back. But I mean, look, your schedule is full. You talked about some of the customers. How do companies sign up for this? Like, what is the fewest number of people who can sign up for this?
Yeah, I mean, our customers are able to license it. They can certainly license it through the existing license. They add it on to Slack. And so far, customers have really been loving it. We've had a lot of customers that want to try it as well. So we've had trials of the product, as I mentioned, Anthropic, Uber, Spot On have been doing that and seeing real benefits. And I think that's our commitment, which is we want to make sure, and that's why we started with summarization and search, which is those are the main pain points, and we want customers to see real value.
One of the things about AI is that it's expensive. I mean, NVIDIA just announced that one of their new chips is $30,000 to $40,000 per unit. You guys are investing in AI. How much is that trickling down to the customer, and is that going to cause inflation to go back up?
I mean, I'm not an economist, so I can't predict that. I think the feedback for the product has been the real proof is in the value, in actually taking, when you think about Slack being a platform for work. Now it's an AI-powered platform for work, and all of this knowledge, your data, your conversations, your applications, everything that you've done can now be taken to the next level with AI, and that is really the future. And so far for us, the pricing and feedback has been really strong, and we're excited. And we're just getting started. I only showed you a couple of things.
What are you doing specifically to upskill yourself on AI?
I mean, I think it's a constant effort for all of us in making sure that we are reading, we are listening to customers, we are trying. I think it's really an interesting stat. I think 42% of individual knowledge workers feel that there is promise already and they want to get started with generative AI. 80% of them feel that there's productivity, and I think that comes from trying. It comes from trying it, experimenting, and really having an open mind. But honestly, there's so much happening every single day, and it's hard to keep up with. And I think, honestly, we're still in the early innings too, don't you? I mean, I think we're still in early innings.
Sure. I guess I was thinking, like, are there specific YouTube channels that you like to watch, or like newsletters that you like to subscribe to, like AI Plus, for example?
Yeah, I mean,
right?
I use also. I certainly use you all for helping, and I just read, and I'm very curious.
So when we talk about the I guess, the future of Slack too, as you said, you're not counting the days, but it's like 120 something days.
Something like that, yeah.
How big has Slack grown in terms of employees and customers?
Well, we don't talk about the number of employees now as we're part of Salesforce, but we have a significant amount of customers globally and across all industries, and most of our information now that we're part of Salesforce, we don't disclose.
And you talk about, I also bring it up as scale because I think for people to understand that you have a lot of insights into the way that the global workforces are changing and the excitement, but nervousness and anxiousness that employees have. You recently conducted a survey of 10,000 desk workers, and 1 in 4 now have at least tried AI?
Yes.
Say more about that.
So 1 in 4 have at least tried AI. As I mentioned, 80% already feel that productivity. And I think that also speaks to but you mentioned how do you learn and how do you get up to speed? I think that really embodies it, is that the acceleration of adoption for generative AI is really unprecedented. And I think that, we are learning from our customers as we go and what they want next, and continuing to evolve. But I think it's really, it's incredible what it can do. We're starting in a way that's trusted. This is actually something in my first 120 days or so. We may not have those exact days, right? So nobody quote me there. But what we heard from executives was this is not a fad. It's clear, it's here. Everybody is going this direction. But what I really like this time around when I think about technology evolution is that trust is at the center of it. So how can we do this in a trusted manner in an organization and learn from that and be thoughtful? So you didn't see this actually in the scroll, but we have citations, and everything that you see coming up, it actually tells you where the data came from, and you can go back and read that article. And so part of our mission is to make sure that we're not doing some sort of magic science. This is truly your data. It is secure, it's trusted, and you know where it comes from because it needs to deliver outcomes, but it certainly needs to be trusted. And that was something I heard from every executive when I stepped into the role.
And in our last remaining moments, we have a couple of fun questions. I'll choose this one first. People have mixed feelings about the period, like when you're texting somebody. What does a period mean to you? Is it an angry statement, or is it just a period?
I use periods with my kids to show good grammar and show them that there's still grammar to be had around here.
I love it.
Because I don't understand half of the words they use to me.
What's the craziest Slack feature you've been asked to create?
Oh gosh, craziest Slack feature. I heard a rumor you want an avatar.
Oh yeah,
So it's not crazy, but I think it's really fun, and I think it's creative. I mean, there's users they don't ask for crazy. I have to say we have a fan base, that is absolutely in love with Slack. You have to pry it out of their hands. One customer had a GoFundMe to actually fund Slack as they were going to a new place. And I think there's more passion. I wouldn't necessarily say crazy, but I like your
All right, we'll amend that. And I would personally like some walk-up music when I join Slack, right? If I do turn my light on, I want a song.
Okay, have you seen the huddle music?
No, but oh yes, actually yes.
Yes, you can have your huddle music, more and more coming, just making it fun.
I love it. Denise, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks
so
for
much.
having me.
Denise Dresser, everybody.
Welcoming back Nicholas Johnston.
Hi, you're still with me. Thank you so much. It's great to be back here. Another huge thanks to our partners who have made today possible. And for this one, a big thanks to Constellation, who has sponsored this portion of our afternoon. So I'm very excited to welcome to the stage Constellation's Executive Vice President and Chief Strategy Officer, Kathleen Bayron. Kathleen, welcome to Axios. How are you? This is a timely conversation in that we're talking about all these cool things that run on electricity. So we should talk to someone about where the hell all this is going to come from. So give us a sense from your vantage point, like how to navigate like this explosion in AI and online devices and all these things that use electricity to run and that need a strong grid that is both reliable and safe and sustainable.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about what's next, this is the what's next of all what's next. The growth in demand that we know we're going to see from heat pumps and electric cars and in general the electrification of the economy. And then you add to that what we know is coming in terms of growth from the digital economy. We are going to see load growth or customer demand growth more than we have seen in the last 15 years. It's been essentially flat. As we have found ways to use electricity more efficiently, we have not had an increase in demand over the last 15 years. And now when we look out the next 15, that is the big question. As we're trying to decarbonize the grid and electrify the economy, how are we going to find new sources of electricity that can power this demand?
Well, I hope you have an answer for it.
Well, I mean, I think the good news is we have seen across both the administration and some of the large corporate buyers a strong desire to address this problem. And the problem is we need to get sources of clean energy that can run when customers need them, and they need to be located where the customers are. You know, we heard Jimmy from ESPN say, in the sports business, they want to meet what sports fans want, when and wherever they want it. Electricity is the ultimate. It needs to be whenever, wherever people want it for, what they want it for.
Yeah.
Most of the world doesn't have the benefit we have of reliability. Here, we need to maintain it as we decarbonize.
So you mentioned sort of government kind of realizing this as one of the stakeholders. We've passed massive infrastructure and climate legislation. Tell me how that fits into that kind of discussion.
Well, there's no question that the Inflation Reduction Act and the bipartisan infrastructure law really have jump-started an explosion in clean energy in the U.S. And that is absolutely essential for the reasons we just discussed. In order for those laws to come into their full potential, obviously we need to address things like permitting and siting of both generation and transmission. The one thing I'd say is still outstanding is how we're going to decarbonize the industrial sector. It didn't get as much funding in those two big pieces of legislation, but it is sort of a quarter of emissions between agriculture, shipping, steel making, aviation, all of those sorts of technologies that need a fuel that is available all the time.
Yeah.
That's where clean hydrogen comes in. It's an opportunity that was included in the Inflation Reduction Act, but we're still sort of waiting for rules to determine how much of the clean hydrogen economy we're going to be able to grow in the U.S. And that is a really important piece of decarbonization we haven't been able to find a fuel.
Almost every conversation I have about the IRA is someone like the law was great, it jumped started a lot of stuff, but.
Right.
And then there's so much about permitting, about these kinds of rules that are still waiting. And so I think you're actually that is that the implementation is still a lot to be desired. Can we talk a little bit about nuclear as a power source? That's definitely a what's next type of technology. How is that evolving and how does that fit into this next mix?
Yeah, so Constellation is the largest producer of clean energy in the U.S. We make 10% of the clean energy across the whole country. Sort of the largest company you never heard of. The big reason for that is we operate 25 nuclear reactors, in addition to wind, solar, hydro, and other forms of electricity. So maintaining the existing fleet of reactors is sort of the thing you can do that's most impactful for the economy, given how much of the nation's clean energy comes from nuclear. It's 50% of the clean energy comes from the existing fleet. At the same time, the new reactor designs that are being offered by companies from the smallest startup to General Electric are very promising, and the incentives for them to come onto the grid are okay. But I think the gap there is between policies that are looking to bring on offshore wind and other types of renewable energy and are not supporting the new reactors to the same extent. That's a gap that needs to get addressed.
What do you think is driving the interest in these new startups, like these new designs coming on? Like how do people view nuclear as a what's next type of technology?
Well, the thing that's different in the last couple of years is that nuclear has sort of become the popular thing. It's always been the climate solution that people sort of didn't appreciate, but now people are starting to realize the value of a clean, firm megawatt in this economy, one that is clean and is there when customers need it. These plants run around 95% of the time, not dependent on the wind or the sun or the weather. That is what I think is driving people to become more favorably inclined towards nuclear, and also to look for ways to add new nuclear to the grid.
I mean, it fits in a little bit to what you said earlier about it like being always there. It's sort of like if the lights flicker, people are not going to be very happy. And what nuclear is something that is both consistent and can be sort of like dialed up and down as needed, where it fits in to that. What else needs to happen then? Is that like an implementation policy standpoint? Is that an investment standpoint? Like, what needs to keep that progress moving?
Yeah, I mean, I think the policies that are choosing technologies and saying, okay, I'm going to procure X amount of offshore wind, instead of procuring X amount of carbon-free generation. That's the sort of transition that I think we need to have in order for the policies in place now to provide an incentive for people to purchase and sign long-term contracts with new developers. The other thing that we need to do is make sure that the existing fleet seeks a life extension. The Nuclear Regulatory Commission authorizes these plants with a finite license, and all of them are capable of running to an additional 20-year term, which would get them to 80 years. We're constantly putting new equipment into them every year, and so they're kind of like new machines. But again, there needs to be a policy incentive for those license extensions to happen.
So, I mean, I love doing these events in Washington because you assemble people in the room who either know very much about this or think they know a lot about it, and either write the policy or think they write the policy. The advice it sounds like you would give to them is that the policies haven't been updated enough necessarily to keep up with both the new technology and the upgrading of the old technology. Like, what would be the one takeaway you hope that policymakers take from that?
Solve for the outcome, not the preferred technology or company. If you want to reduce carbon, then set goals that incentivize carbon-free generation without segregating between different types of
You think people are getting that message, or you need to keep hammering away?
No, I think it's again, going back to the administration and some of the larger tech firms, they have started to put out procurements for hourly carbon-free energy. They're saying, I want to buy, regardless of where it is, I want it to be carbon-free, and I want it to be there every hour and matched up with the consumption that I'm actually taking from the grid. Those are the kinds of policies that will drive clean energy where we need it, and thus will keep the reliability where it needs to be.
And then with that goal of being zero carbon, let the energy providers figure out what's the mix that achieves that in the best possible way.
Do it in the least cost way.
Yeah. We're about to get the hook here again. I want to end on one fun thing. This is a leading question. I know where it goes, but I can't resist asking it. We've been talking about nuclear energy. Tell me one fun, interesting thing you've seen happen with spent nuclear fuel.
Well, so after I explained to my colleagues what a social media influencer is, I introduced the fact that we had a social media influencer, a science tech guy who has millions of subscribers on YouTube, come to us and say, I want to come visit one of the dry cask storage canisters at one of our Illinois stations. And after 8 months of him working through the Department of Energy and then ultimately coming to us, he came onto the site, he taped a 20-minute segment on how safe the spent fuel is, and he wanted to be right up next to one of the canisters so he could kiss it while he looked at the camera. That was a new one for us. We have seen a lot of interest in nuclear power. Miss America last year was a nuclear engineering student out of Wisconsin called Grace Stanke. The worlds are colliding here. So Miss America is a nuclear engineer. She's going to come work for us, and we're happy to have her.
So for those of you with kids who are on TikTok, keep an eye out for the next hot trend is kissing spent nuclear fuel. You heard it here first. Kathleen, thanks so much for being here, and thanks Constellation for sponsoring today. Stick around. We'll be right back.
Welcoming back to the stage, Ina Fried.
All right, everyone. So even in today's digital era, it can still be hard to access benefits from the government, as many of y'all know. Many of y'all have tried to access it as a consumer. Some of you actually plan these systems. Our next guest platform aims to combat this issue. Reshma Saujani may be familiar to many of you for founding the influential Girls Who Code program and is now the head of Moms First, which works to advocate for paid leave policies. Their new platform, paidleave.ai, aims to help new parents apply for paid leave using AI to simplify the process. So joining us from New York, please welcome Reshma Saujani. So glad you're here.
Glad to be here.
So I want to continue the conversation that we've started today around the idea that we have this bucket of new AI technologies, and whether they make our lives better or worse, harder or easier is kind of up to us. But I want to start with the specific project you were doing. Paidleave.ai, in some ways, is a natural extension of, you had the Marshall Plan for Moms, really trying to say there's some structural problems and let's work on it. Why was that what you started with? And maybe actually before you tell us why, how does it work? And I think we have a video too that we're going to roll.
Great. So paidleave.ai, you go on the website, you go and you are introduced to it right here. And it's really simple. You get started and you can ask any question. And we give you some prompts, right? Because imagine if you're pregnant and you can't walk into your employer's office and ask a question about what your benefits are because you're terrified that you'll get fired, right? So you probably enter this experience anxious. And so it gives you gives you prompts of things you may want to ask or consider. It's in every single language, which is critical. I live in New York City and we have an incredibly diverse community. And so every single possible language it's there. And you walk away knowing three things. Am I eligible for paid leave? How much money am I going to get? And it gives you an action plan of what you need to do next.
And you mentioned it's in every language. You don't have 1 million volunteers translating. That's one of the benefits you get from AI, right? The large language models are really good at translating.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it makes it more inclusive and accessible to so many people whose English isn't their first language.
But obviously, in order to get benefits, you have to follow the rules pretty strictly. We've talked, Dr. Nelson was talking about, you can't trust it for election information. Part of the way you address this is where you use AI and where you don't, right? In terms of making sure that it's not hallucinating when it comes to the information you need.
Yeah, the reality is AI is only as good as we are. And the thing about paidleave.ai, it's a concentrated data set, right? It goes to the New York State paid leave law. We train the AI not to go out there and pull information from any other source. And so it's limited. So its ability for to have hallucinations is pretty much none. And we've put in privacy protections there. So you can feel secure when you're essentially using it. Going back to your question of why this, As you mentioned, I spent my life building, an organization called Girls Who Code. So I sit at the center, of thinking about technology and access, as well as on a mission to make sure that we, pass paid leave and affordable childcare. The United States is the only industrialized nation that doesn't have paid leave. 1 out of 4 women go back to work 2 weeks after having a baby. We're also a country that has the most educated workforce of women with the least amount of labor market participation. That's because we don't have paid leave and we don't have childcare. We don't have the structural supports. So as I sat in these conversations about AI, I'm on a university board as well as, have a very involved in Girls Who Code, so much of the conversations were about risk, safety concerns, mitigating risk and safety, right? We weren't thinking about how do we use AI to solve really big problems. And as I sit there every day thinking about how do we pass paid leave in our country and get it to move from being, number 13 on the list to number 3, uptake of this benefit matters. And in the 10 states that offer paid leave, uptake can be as low as 2% of people that are eligible. And so what happens is that if there isn't an increase of uptake in the states that have paid leave, people in Congress are like, well, do I really need to put federal dollars into federal legislation when the states that have it people aren't using it anyway? And so I really thought, well, this is a great example of what generative AI can actually solve. Because if, the government sucks at customer service, right? Let's be real. It's like you want to make it tougher for me to get benefits. Well, AI can actually change that. And this website, we've done a ton of focus groups with customers after they used our site to say, was it easier for you? And they're like, absolutely.
And I want to dive into what we can learn from that in a second. But there's kind of a double-edged sword here, which is uptake is low.
Yeah.
But I suspect a lot of governments wouldn't be ready to handle it if overnight uptake was really high. How have the conversations gone when you're dealing with agencies that may not be incentivized to see those uptake numbers go up?
Yeah, so we're in the process of scaling it, in partnership, with OpenAI. Sam Altman was a huge advocate of this, and when I called him, 7 months ago to be like, I have an idea, he was like, I love it, and connected me to the team. And this is one of the things we've been talking about is what is the interaction with government, and public sector use cases of generative AI. And you're exactly right? Like if we do a really good job, it's going to have a sizable impact on their budget. Right? Like if uptake is as low as 10%, and then you use Gen AI and it goes up to 50, 60, 70%, and that just not only happens for paid leave, but it happens for SNAPs, it happens for Medicare, it happens for Medicaid, it happens for every single benefit that's out there where, again, government sucks at customer service. We make it really hard for poor people to put money in their pockets that their taxpayer dollars have already gone to. So this is going to be really interesting. And you're going to invite me back in June, and we're going to talk about, essentially, how easy was it for me to get these meetings? How easy was it for me to get this data? How willing were the handful of states that we've picked to kind of go deeper in, to kind of take on this and to really make generative AI do a better job of giving citizens what they deserve?
So that uptake question, the customer service question, is a really good DC question, and one we could spend the whole time talking about. But I also want to talk about some of the lessons that have broader implications in terms of who these AI uses are targeted at. Because, again, AI could be used to cure cancer. It could be used to work on drug discovery. It can be used to deal with climate things. But I also suspect, without a lot of intervention, it'll mostly be used by companies that can afford lots of compute cycles to make more money. How do we actually make these good uses happen, and what special considerations do we need? Again, I imagine some of the people accessing paid leave and a whole lot of the people accessing SNAP and other things might not have the technical expertise.
Yeah.
What do you have to keep in mind?
We got to learn from our past. This is why I say we need aspirational AI, not just ethical AI. You think about, I want two use cases, two examples of this about how technology, our interaction with technology when it first came out had a huge impact on inequality. We forget that the world's first programmer was a woman, Ada Lovelace. And in the 1990s, essentially, you had gender parity in tech. You walked into any gaming camp in America, it would have been half boys, half girls. But then in the 90s, it became very lucrative to be a computer scientist. And the Apple computer came out, and suddenly you saw Barbie dolls that said, I hate math, let's go shopping instead. Right? You saw the programmer appear on War Games, Revenge of the Nerds, and little girls looked at that image and they said, not only do I not want to be him, I don't even want to be friends with him. Right? We turned girls off, and you went from having parity in tech to barely having 18 and 19%, which is why
a lot of angry men.
And a lot of angry men, right? So essentially, if you think about if we return back to the 1990s. And instead of in my law school class, we didn't ban computers, remember that? Or ban using Google at our jobs. Instead, we thought about how do I actually get every single girl, every single poor person, every single immigrant, every single person of color, how do I make sure that I get them access to broadband? How do I get them to make sure that we learn how to code? Where would we be today? We're about to make the same exact mistake with AI. By introducing fear, we're turning girls and people of color off. You already see it. Essentially, in the disparity, we already have a gender disparity in who's used ChatGPT and who hasn't. We have a racial disparity in who's used ChatGPT and who hasn't. Because we're focusing the conversation on the wrong things. Instead of inspiring a generation of people to come up with 20 different ideas of paidleave.ai, making sure that every single kid in America has a ChatGPT license so that they can actually create, build, and innovate. That's the conversation that we should be having right now, period.
And I know you try and focus on the positive, on closing gaps. How much do you think about, though, the way that these technologies can also be used to harm the same groups you're trying to serve? So, for example, you're trying to help more people get paid leave. You mentioned an employee may not want to disclose to their employer they're pregnant until the right time. AI is also a powerful tool to predict user intent. You can say, what city am I most likely to lose workers for? Now, that's a geographic one. That's not necessarily one where the outcome is biased, but it's biased against everyone in Columbus or Dallas or whomever they figure out is the most likely to leave. But that same technology could also point out which groups are most likely to become pregnant, which workers are most likely to leave. All these things that, if they're also incorporated, seem to me to be quite problematic.
I mean, there's definitely fears and risks, and I'm not going to understate that. But I think we have to, the reality is coming, is here. And what I want to do is make sure that we don't replicate the past in freezing out, voices that we need, like Fei Li and Joy Bolwani, right, who are talking about these issues because they've had experience with it. And so I think that is the opportunity for us. I mean, we've seen this example, for example, think about Lyft and Uber. It took so long for Lyft and Uber to put a button on the app that said, if you have faced sexual harassment or discrimination, press this button. If you and I were sitting around the table, when we first created that prototype, that would have been the first thing that we told them to do.
And that was going to be my next question. It seems like it's always mattered who's around the table when these products are being designed. In terms of repeating the mistakes of the past, I mean, yes, we have some amazing women who've pioneered AI, but so many of them have left the big company they were at pioneering AI to criticize the process. Do we have enough women and people of color in the rooms? How do we make it so that if we can't close those gaps immediately, the companies are really getting the outside input that would make it obvious?
Yeah. Well, I'm really proud at Girls Who Code. We're exactly tackling this, and we're rolling out, a numerous amount of programs, and we have a commitment to making sure that we have kind of equality and equity in terms of who has access to AI. We've taught over 500 million kids to code. We have over 10,000 Girls Who Code clubs, across the country. I'm out there every single day, talking about access and the importance of equality and who has exposure to this technology and who doesn't. And so we just got to be vigilant about it. And what I want to just make sure is I could be on stage being the same person talking about risk and safety and ethics and data and privacy, but I want to use my time. And there are people, really important people that are out there doing that. Now there needs to be another generation of people that are talking about what we can build, how we can solve COVID, climate, and cancer, how we can actually make sure that we ensure equal access to these tools so everyone can build a Reshma Chat GPT, which was really fun. All of you should do. So that we are able to tinker and to take things apart and to play and to build. That's how we build the AI for tomorrow.
And what would you build if you weren't building paidleave.ai? What are some of the other areas that you just know this technology could make a difference?
I think that, there was an, interest, we were talking about this today, UK just announced, an innovation fund, on climate. I want to see our government do more of that. Right? To make this challenge out to social entrepreneurs, to use kind of government resources to get people to start climate, education. We talked about Sal Khan and the incredible work that he's doing on, closing the disparity gap. I have a son in public school, and, most public schools, have taken a real hit in terms of math and reading because of the pandemic. And when you have your own individual AI tutor, that can help accelerate, and diminish those gaps faster. And we need to make sure that we're experimenting with that, and we're funding people who are doing that work. I have a lot of incredible entrepreneurs like Milo, who she's working on a company that's going to be closing the unpaid labor gap in relationships. So there's so many problems that are out there that generative AI can actually help tackle and fix.
Well, we have very little time left, but I know you're looking at the positives, but I do want to say, what structural thing is standing the most in the way of some of this work? If you could change one structural element of our society to make the work you're doing easier, what would it be?
Look, I was fortunate that I had an idea, and I was able to email Sam Altman, and he was able to connect me to a development team. And I had amazing funders like Craig Newmark. there's a lot of people out there that have ideas on a paidleave.ai. And so making sure that there's resources out there, whether that's philanthropic resources, government resources, VC resources out there, that we're actually putting the emphasis on encouraging social entrepreneurs to think about how they can use generative AI for good, for it not to just be a bumper sticker or a talking point, but that we've actually put real dollars and commitment, out there. I actually feel, we're doing that at Moms First. Every week, I actually have a group where I meet with social entrepreneurs and say, okay, this is how I build paidleave.ai. These are the questions I, went through. These are the things that we learned. This is what I've learned now. And so there needs to be kind of, again, more opportunities for social entrepreneurs, more encouragement, for social entrepreneurs to use generative AI to do good.
Well, thank you so much. We are out of time. Before any of us go, I just want to say we're coming up to our break. Check out the exhibits. You can go upstairs, have a cup of coffee. But please do listen for the 5-minute warning. That's going to tell you to come back. You can choose your own adventure for the break, but please do come back. I will be back with Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas after the break. All right, welcome back, everyone. If you're coming in, grab a seat because you're not going to want to miss this. I think everyone in this room is aware, but you probably have friends who don't know, so tell them. Make sure you know about our daily AI Plus newsletter that I write along with my co-author, Ryan Heath, who's also around. And I'm pleased to announce the first details of our upcoming AI Plus Summit. So last year, we did 2 summits, one here in Washington, D.C., here in this building, and one in San Francisco. And this year, we're going to do one. The first one will be during New York Tech Week, so that's going to be June 5th in New York. And then we'll be back in San Francisco on December 17th. And the reason these events matter, our Axios events are the way that we continue our conversation with you, our audience, and with newsmakers. And it really does complement what we're able to do each day. One of the things that I like is you're able to start a broad conversation, talk about where things are going, but then check back. And our next speaker is someone who did appear at our AI Plus Summit last year in November, but we invited him back. He wanted to come back to talk about how things are going. You also may have heard him in the news once or twice for non-AI related issues. So please help me welcome Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. So as
I caught that last quip.
So when we've talked a few times now about AI, but when you were on our stage before, this was all kind of theoretical. You were just starting the first thing. This week you announced 3 new pilot projects. Talk a little bit about why these projects. What do you hope they'll prove? Why did you start where you're starting?
So the 3 pilot projects that we have commenced, the use of AI to assist in criminal investigations, to assist in the training of our refugee and asylum officers, and to assist local communities in developing mitigation plans with respect to natural disasters. We're seeking to demonstrate how AI can advance our mission, and not just incrementally, but significantly. And depending on the outcome of these pilots, it will shape and educate us about how we can employ AI in a number of our domains.
And one of the issues is figuring out, is the technology ready? Is it private? Is it secure? Is it all of those things? The other is having the talent to create it. And that's a challenge for all government agencies. The last time I saw you, you were in Silicon Valley. We were at Moffett Field. You guys were trying to hire, I think 50 was the goal, experts in AI to form kind of an AI core. How's that going? Have you been able to hire some of those folks?
We have. How many responses do you think we received since that engagement?
Well, there have been a lot of tech layoffs. If you'd asked me then, I would have said not many. But I think 50,000 tech workers are looking for jobs, so I think you might be doing okay.
So we have gotten 2,000 responses, 2,000 applications for 50 positions for technology experts. We're incredibly excited.
Well, that sounds like it's good for the government. I don't know what it says about the state of the tech economy, but I do think it's important.
It's great for the government. It's great for the 2,000 people competing for the positions. You know, one of the issues, Ina, and you heard me speak to this, one of the issues that we discussed at that engagement with people was, you know, how do we close the divide, the financial divide, between what an individual, what an expert can achieve in the private sector versus what one can earn in the government. The compensation in the government is very different than financial. There is, of course, the stability of earning in the government, but I'm not exactly sure how one would monetarily quantify a sense of fulfillment and an ability to impact people's lives in a very significant way.
I want you to think, assume these pilots are successful, assume, you know, I'm sure they'll be learnings, I'm sure there'll be hurdles, but let's say things go really well and you feel like, wow, this really can help us. Paint a picture of what your department could be doing better and differently a few years from now if it can really harness the power of AI.
So let me give you an example of one of the pilots just for everyone's visibility. We are using generative AI to simulate an interview of a refugee or asylum applicant. The real live person will be the new asylum or refugee officer, and we use generative AI to essentially play the role of an applicant. And we have trained that the machine to simulate how an actual applicant responds to questions, a reticence to disclose private information, difficulty in disclosing experiences that are traumatic. I observed the demonstration yesterday. It's breathtaking, and the machine has been trained by our officers and their experience. So we have that. We have it in. We will develop capabilities beyond the 3 pilots. We're using artificial intelligence at our border in our non-intrusive inspection technology to detect anomalies in commercial trucks, passenger vehicles, to detect whether an individual is being smuggled, whether precursor chemicals or actually manufactured fentanyl are being smuggled. There is not a domain of the Department of Homeland Security, and the domain is quite vast and diverse, that we could not use AI. If in fact we learn how to use it responsibly, we understand what the implications are from a civil rights, civil liberties perspective, from a privacy perspective, and that's the key to what we're trying to do, is to use it responsibly, understanding its risks.
And you've talked about 2 of the biggest areas that I can foresee things really changing. I mean, one is, how do investigations modernize? And I mean, we saw this, I think your department came into existence after 9/11. And at the time, from a technology perspective, out of a concern for security, but things were so stovepiped, from what I recall, you could search for a keyword, but you couldn't search for 2 keywords. Obviously, there's a lot of possibilities for how AI can monitor more things, can draw connections that a human might miss. What is your biggest worry, or how do you see it going wrong and making sure that you correct for that? What is your worry of the worst case scenario?
Well, the worst,
Well,
I mean, now,
not the bad guys, not that.
So let me give an example of the connectivity. One of the other pilots is Homeland Security Investigations, the criminal investigative agency within Immigration Customs Enforcement. They investigate intellectual property theft, human smuggling, online child sexual exploitation and abuse. Their investigative reports are not collected in a database, and therefore one has an investigative team that has their investigative reports in Los Angeles, California. There's another investigative team that is investigating a different crime, presumably different people across the country in New York or across the world in Austria. Well, what if we put all of those investigative reports in a data set, and all of a sudden what we think are separate and distinct organizations actually have a connectivity because we can draw that linkage? That is incredibly powerful. What worries me about AI is, of course, its adversarial use. Its potential for harm is one element. The other element is the fact that somebody who seeks to do harm can actually use artificial intelligence and generative AI specifically to advance their nefarious mission.
And you're already seeing some of that. Are you seeing deliberate misinformation? Are you seeing, because, sort of the flood of crap problem is a problem if you're surfing the web, but it's also a pretty big problem if you suddenly are getting all sorts of intelligence that's 99% AI nonsense.
We are. So from a point of view of disinformation, I'm assuming everyone is knowledgeable or aware of the phenomenon of data poisoning, where one seeks to poison the data set upon which the machine relies. We're seeing it in other areas, and I think we spoke about this the last time you and I engaged at the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. People are using generative AI to fabricate images of children online and depict them as exploited, when in fact they may not be real children, or alternatively, they may be real children and the image is fabricated to display an exploitation that in fact did not occur. And that sends investigators on an errant mission and a very pernicious impact.
We've talked a lot about the technology. This is a conference about that, but I also want to get into your job more broadly. My sense is technology can help with some of your things, but also there are problems that technology won't solve. There are problems that are policy, there are problems that are financial. What do you think are the things that technology can solve, and where are the other things that are holding you back from doing your best job?
Well, I think we've talked a little bit now. We've mentioned a few areas where technology is just going to advance the mission and not replace the DHS employee by any measure, but rather enable us to upskill the work of the DHS employee. There are elements of our work that cannot be replaced by technology. And so you mentioned policy, the development of policy and the ability to address an exigency, balancing humanitarian principles and pragmatism is something that I think requires the judgment of an individual. When one is interviewing an individual for refugee status, one has to make credibility determinations. Would one relegate those credibility determinations to technology? They require judgments. They require the ability to discern facial features and other indicia of credibility or lack of it. I would be reticent to turn that over to a machine.
And when you look at your overall job, and you get a fair bit of criticism, yeah, I know. What would you do differently at the border if you could change everything today? What would you like to see the policy be? How much would it cost more? Is it a money issue? Is it just a policy change? You know, people talk all the time about the problems and what have you. I'm curious, what is even the problem and what would your solutions be?
So, you know, the way you pose the question would call upon me to make some very fundamental points. We have to understand that there are more than 80 million displaced people in the world today. What causes individuals to leave their home countries? What causes, I would actually frame it more poignantly, what causes a parent, a loving, devoted parent, to send a child alone in the hands of a smuggler to traverse multiple countries only to reach the southern border of the United States, which is very dangerous terrain? That is a reflection of the human condition and what people in different parts of the world are suffering. So that, you know, when you speak of what I would like to see, I would like to see that tackled. But let's talk about the immediate situation at the border. We have a solution at our fingertips. Does it cure all of the challenges? Of course not. But a bipartisan group of senators reached a very significant compromise that it would advance for the first time in decades our work in addressing irregular migration that reaches our borders in a way that we haven't since 1996. It would resource our department. We are a perennially financially starved department.
But I hear you just got a couple months of funding, so you don't have to close the doors.
It is no cause for celebration. It is a cause for a sigh of relief that we make it for another day, but we are terribly, terribly underfunded. I hope this gets complicated, but I'm going to try to give a quick snapshot. When one applies for asylum at our border, one must meet an initial screening threshold of credible fear. It's purposefully low, so the history is so that we do not errantly send someone back to their place of persecution. Approximately it depends on demographics and like, but generally speaking, 75% of the people who claim credible fear meet that initial threshold. The ultimate merits determination is a higher bar, 25% actually achieve that. That's quite a disparity. The time in between that initial screening and the ultimate merits determination is 7+ years. And so what happens? People are able to work, they get work authorization. Many have US citizen children. They attend our places of worship, our schools, they integrate in communities. It becomes very difficult 7, 8, 9 years later to go into the community, apprehend a family, and remove them. It explains in part why we have over 11.5 million undocumented people in the United States. The legislation, the bipartisan legislation, would fund us to reduce that period of time, that's 7 years, to as little as under 90 days. And what happens is an intending migrant's risk calculation. Do I spend my life savings? Do I place myself and my loved ones in the hands of smugglers only to be returned to my home country within 90 days? The risk calculus changes. It changes the entire dynamic of irregular migration. And we had that. We have it. We have the funding, $19 billion. There are 3 million cases approximately in the immigration court case backlog.
And what of that could you solve today through executive action? A lot of people have been saying, just make an executive order, the administration.
We don't have so we cannot.
You can't fund it.
By administrative action, we cannot fund our department. We are, that was $19 billion for our department, for 100 immigration judges, for the Department of State to work in the international arena with other countries. It's remarkable that something that delivers so much success is being sacrificed so that the problem can be used as a cudgel.
And I want to circle back to something you said just a moment ago, where you mentioned sort of what actually is going through the mind of a family that leaves the country or sends members leaving. A lot of people talk about we should just make it harder for people to reach our shores. And when you talk about a parent that's sending their child by themselves with a smuggler, it strikes me we'd have to make America a pretty bad place to live before the things that prompted them to do that would keep them from taking that risk.
Well, so the parent calculates relative harms. It's not a question that is asked, that a parent asks in the abstract. It's, I can't send my daughter to walk to school because of fear of what she will suffer on that walk. And so it is in comparison to that a parent sends the daughter. But when we speak of making it more difficult, of course there's the effort to address the root cause of why people make that journey. But that's at the root. But then what we need other countries to do, because it is a regional challenge and it requires a regional solution, we need other countries to enforce their laws of humanitarian relief, as well as to enforce their enforcement protocols at their respective borders.
Well, I would love to keep talking about this more. I know there's way more to talk now that we delved beyond technology and into immigration, but I really appreciate your time and look forward to catching up, hopefully, at a future event.
Me too. Thank you, Ina. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Up next, another View from the Top segment with Nicholas Johnston.
Good afternoon. We are into the second half of an awesome afternoon here at the What's Next Summit. Thanks for sticking with us. Thanks for being here. Thanks for tuning in online. Continued huge thanks to our partners who have made today possible. And today's conversation has been sponsored by Danone. So I'm very happy to welcome to the stage their CEO for Americas, Shane Grant. Shane, welcome to What's Next. Great to see you. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Let's start kind of big picture. I wonder if you could talk a little bit about like the history of Danone and like their view of stakeholder capitalism and how that fits into the company's aspirations.
Yeah, happy to, Nick. And firstly, fantastic to be here with you this afternoon, and good afternoon, everybody. Look, Danone is, for those of you that don't know the company, a big multinational food and beverage player at its foundation. But Nick, we like to think about our company as a different kind of food and beverage company. And what I mean by that is it's a company that fundamentally believes that performance and purpose are hardwired and codependent. And what I mean by that is if you think about our company, and firstly, if you just go back in the history of our company, and you go back 50 years, and one of the founding leaders of our company, Frank Rabu, at 50 years ago made quite a foundational speech, and at the time a very groundbreaking speech that talked about the idea that the company had a dual mission. Had an economic mission. We're a business. We're serious about the business. But equally it had a societal mission. And so this dual project was really core to the foundation of the business. And so that as a sort of a foundational belief of the company was really, really important. I think the second piece is our mission, which our mission is pretty bold and straightforward, which is health through food to as many people as possible. And that manifests in the company really, I would say, in two forms. One is what we sell, which fundamentally is good food and beverage. Biggest yogurt company in the world, biggest yogurt company in North America, biggest plant-based company in the world, biggest plant-based company in North America, big beverage business, big coffee business, and a big specialized nutrition business. But equally important, how we do it really matters to us. And, we want to, of course, have a good business, but we want to use our business as a forceful good.
Right.
And so how we run the business and how that manifests is really, really important to us. The third is governance, which is we're a B Corp. And so that hardwires some of, some really important governance items.
And that's I just want to put a point on that because when I learned about that, B Corps, in my experience, have been relatively small corporations and relatively newer corporations. And so to hear something that's as old as yours and as large as yours as a B Corp, I think is it's almost as if putting your money where your mouth is, as far as we don't just talk about this. It's we're literally built as a corporation that we have to do it like that.
No, exactly. And, to give you a sense of that, over 80% of the revenues of the company globally are now in B Corp certification, including North America.
I mean, even not to take it a little step back, for folks who don't know what a B Corp is, what does that really entail?
It's essentially a governance structure that requires a certain amount of accountability and transparency on both economic but societal measures. So it essentially pushes the business, and any business that's one of those B Corps, to run business the right way for its employees, for society, the ultimate sort of expression, I would say, of stakeholder capitalism. And yes, you're correct, it's not typically associated with big businesses, but we are a big business and we are largely B Corp certified. It has a really important impact on our business. Firstly, it obviously drives a certain amount of accountability and transparency into the business. I would say beyond that, though, it's something we firmly believe is a real competitive advantage for our business. Increasingly with our customers, this is relevant. Increasingly with our consumers, this is highly, highly relevant. The third part, which is probably under-advertised, is what it does for our people, which, in a tight labor market, which of course we are in, retention, engagement, recruitment matters.
Right.
And, this is a real pride point for our people. It's a real pride point. And, the last thing I would say on it, Nick, is it's, B Corp's not a static thing. And it's not a static thing because every 3 years you renew. And so it constantly pushes the business to evolve and change and frankly be better. So, one example of that is methane, where, we're a big dairy business and part of our greenhouse footprint is from methane. And so we have really ambitious targets to be better. And so we committed that we would reduce the methane emissions from our dairy supply chain by 30% by 2030. That's not easy. I can tell you it's not easy. We don't know all the mechanisms we're going to use, but it's pushing us to innovate. And, innovate at a really fundamental level on the farm. Farm management practices, farmer partnerships, everything down to sort of how we feed cows. So we're experimenting with seaweed, for example, as a food additive that fundamentally can reduce the methane footprint of the business.
That's probably the first time during What's Next, like cows and seaweed have been used in a sentence together. Like, let's dig in on the specifics of that. Like, what I love, companies always talk about like sort of their sustainability goals and like what their aspirations are. The more we can bring that into the real world, I think is useful. So I think there's nothing more real than what you feed your cows. So tell us a little bit more about that.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a number of experiments we run in the business to sort of constantly push ourselves to be better. And one of them is feed additives and how that interacts with our farm supply. So this is a partnership we have with a business called Symbrosia, a partnership we have with Cornell University, which is obviously a storied academic institution for research. And we're experimenting. But I think, Nick, that the piece that we're pushing on more and more in our business is partnership to go after some of these bigger goals. Because, if you think about our business and how we sell, we're fundamentally a partnership business. We sell through big customers, through big retailers. But increasingly what we're doing is expanding the aperture of that partnership mentality. And a lot of that is public and private. So, a few recent examples where, for example, the infant formula crisis in this country, the unbelievable crisis that was the infant formula crisis in the United States. We were really proud to partner with the White House and as part of Operation Fly Formula and bring in 2 million units of infant formula from our European business into the US. We're increasingly pushing on partnership as a model. We were really proud in the last 18 months to partner with the White House on the Conference for Hunger, Health and Nutrition and make north of a $20 million pledge to increase access, research, product improvement. And actually, as recently as last week, yogurt was approved as fundamentally a category that we could talk about and claim around positive impact on type 2 diabetes. So we're increasingly expanding, I would say, the model of this performance and purpose method that fundamentally we think is the future of business.
Let's dig in a little bit more on the future and on nutrition. Like, this is a very interesting time for this line of work with advanced drugs coming around, weight loss. From your vantage point, how do you view that and what's coming next?
Well, firstly, it's stunning, Nick, it's taken us that long to talk about GLP-1, but thanks for asking about it. Look, I think that food and beverage is an incredibly dynamic moment for the reason you raised and a bunch of other reasons. But I would say that the way that we think about the future is, I would say, broadly in two timeframes. One is what we call present forward, which is what are the big macro trends with the consumer today that we can address. So take our yogurt business, for example. Gut health, high protein, immunity, low and no sugar. I think we would agree big macro trends in food that we can address and we can serve through our brands, which, by the way, is good for society and great for our business. And it's no surprise that when we serve those needs, the business performs.
So looking for where those two things intersect.
Absolutely, yes.
Let's stick with this future thought before we get the hook here. We like to end on one fun thing. We mentioned backstage all the secret labs that Danone has around the world developing new cool things. Come on, let us into the labs and tell us cool stuff that are coming on the horizon.
Well, Nick, I can't let you fully into the lab, of course, but I will tell you we do have the labs. We have one in Colorado, for example. We have one in Shanghai. We have labs all across Europe. And I would tell you our research and development people are incredibly talented, so we're incredibly blessed. Maybe two that I could let you a little bit on, and they are very new to the US market, and I think maybe available upstairs for those of you that would like to try it. If you just take two sort of back to this notion of trends, snacking. Snacking in food and beverage in the United States for sure is a trend that's on the move. And so we have the capability and in fact have launched a range of products that have yogurt and food prepackaged. And Nick, I think you were able to experience one backstage.
I can speak from experience. I ate the entire thing, not just because you were a sponsor.
And we appreciate the business, Nick. where you can tip the cacao and the nuts into the oikos, and there you have a ready-made snack to go for breakfast, either from the home or purely on the go.
And so doing that is harder than you think.
It is harder than you might think, and from a packaging perspective and from a food science perspective. That maybe the other one, which is clearly a trend in the United States at the moment, is cold foam and coffee. So we have a big coffee business, and you see cold foam as certainly a trend in coffee. And what we've seen with consumers, they want to have that experience at home. And so we have brought to market a new-to-the-world experience where you can literally, on the top of your coffee, add to that a cold foam experience, which is superb in either hot or cold coffee. So I know you had a chance to try that.
Coffee as well. It was pretty good. Shane, this was great. Both of those things I think are upstairs. Don't go up yet. We have more conversations to come, but they'll be up there when we're done. Shane, thanks so much for being here. And Danone, thanks for making this today.
Pleasure.
And now it's me, Axios' One Big Thing host and editor, Nyla Boodoo. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone's having a great time. We have about an hour left of our programming for today, and I'm excited to say that you all are going to be part of Axios history with this next conversation, because this interview will be our first live taping for my podcast, One Big Thing. So this interview and your applause will be part of Thursday's episode, and I would be remiss if I would say, please subscribe wherever you get your podcasts. Now to our next guest. He's the chairman of the Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee, the senator from West Virginia. Please help me in an enthusiastic welcome for Senator Joe Manchin. Thank you, Senator.
I didn't know this was your premiere. Better be careful what we say.
Live mics. Senator, welcome to What's Next. We want to talk to you about what's next in energy, but I wanted to start with what's next in Congress. You have often taken a position, sometimes opposing your party, prioritizing bipartisan deal making. You've said your plan is not to run for re-election, and I just want to ask, when we think about Mitt Romney, Kyrsten Sinema, all of these people who are leaving, who do you see taking up the mantle in your place?
There's so much talent there on both sides of the aisle. When you talked about the bipartisan, the reason I've always been bipartisan, in my life, I did everything working with people that agreed and sometimes didn't agree. When I got in politics, I was 35 before I got in politics, and I just didn't think that my side or I was always right, and I didn't think that you were always wrong. So I was always looking for help to make something better. And then coming here, I thought, well, this is the big leagues, the United States Senate. I was a House of Delegates, I was a state senator, I was Secretary of State, and I was governor. And I think, well, I kept moving up. Now I'm really getting into the big leagues. And then I saw the squabbling going back and forth and everybody else and trying to basically identify the other side's the enemy. And it went through me. So I've always tried to work together because it's more lasting. The filibuster is what makes the country different than any place else in the world.
So that attitude, though, who else has that attitude that you just described there?
Let's just say this. If they know how I was entrenched to what I believe so strongly. I'm not a party person, okay? So whether you're a Democrat or Republican, I didn't look at you. I looked at you as a person that was elected to represent the people from your state and that you really want to do good. And if we work together, we'll help each other do better. There's many of them there. I'm not going to name names because there's some good people, and you can probably figure it out who's going to rise. They didn't have to take the flack I was taking.
So you're not going to tell us who you would have rise?
No.
Okay.
They don't have to take the flack. So if you don't have to take the flack, someone else is willing to catch the errors. I was the greatest spear catcher for 14 years.
Mm-hmm. So did you think at all about running as an independent in the Senate? Is that completely off the table?
I want to do this as respectfully as I can. I really think there should be term limits. I truly believe in term limits, and I'm telling you that for this reason. I never did believe in term limits years ago, and I was in southern West Virginia. It had to be about 200 or 300 people in a town hall like this, and a beautiful lady stood up in the back, and she was elderly, and she says, Joe, I really wish you'd support term limits. So I tried to tell her why I didn't think that was something we should do, because you lose a lot of the expertise and people that have knowledge. I went through all the iterations of why you shouldn't have term limits. She looked at me and she says, Joe, think about it this way. If we had term limits, maybe we'd get one good term out of you. I swear to God, I had no comeback. I've been for it ever since. She was exactly correct. We get one good term. So I've come to the conclusion, 18 years for the Supreme Court, one 18-year term for Supreme Court, one 6-year term for president, 2 6-year terms for the for the Senate, and 6 2-year terms for the House. That's more than enough, gang. Trust me, that's more than enough. And I think we get better outcomes. So I didn't want another 6-year sentence.
So you have been talking about a movement of voters in the middle who aren't feeling heard and who are unsatisfied with the choices
Majority
of the
of
president
Americans.
this year. So do you see any realistic path to a presidency that doesn't go to Joe Biden or Donald Trump?
I've looked at it so many different ways. It's a very, very challenging thing, the way the system's set up with electoral count and electoral votes, and what you need 270. And then it goes back into the House of Representatives if someone doesn't get 270. So there's a lot of things in play right there. The only thing I will tell you is I do believe that as the country, you're dealing with a duopoly here in Washington. You have a duopoly. It's a business model. You have a Republican business model and a Democrat business model. And their whole business model is based around division. If we want you to pick a side, okay, and you pick a side and the other side's the enemy. And if I can make the other side more of an enemy, you'll get more active and you'll get more money and you'll be more of an activist. And the billions, and look at every election, billions and billions more coming in. They don't want it to be changed. There's no reason for us to sit down and fix things and work together, because it doesn't play into the business model. So I really think there needs to be a third-party movement to bring people back. And it's 55 to 60% of us live in center left, center right. You'd like to see the grand old party be grand again. You'd like to see the Democratic Party be responsible and compassionate.
So
you'd like to see that to come, and they're not. They feel homeless and helpless.
So what would that look like? As you said, the system is set up for two parties.
Well,
so
right
how does
now,
a third party movement get in?
In this room right here, Donald Trump or Joe Biden can't win unless you all pick somebody. And if you're happy with everything you have and the way people have gone, I've said this and I've said it before. I says, I love my country too much to support or vote for Donald Trump. I know him. Got along fine. We tried to. We were okay until I voted twice to impeach him, and then he got mad. We had a good relationship, but I don't know what went wrong. But you know, I thought the Democrats were wrong to impeach him. I thought they should have censored him, because I knew it was a political trial. We didn't have the votes for it, and it's just going to basically, in his personality, who he is, it would just basically give him more gravitas and more energy, and it did. So I said, maybe if you censored him, we could slow him down a little bit and bring him back into more reasonable.
So,
and Joe Biden's gone too far left.
Joe Biden's gone too far left. Where does then, what sort of...
Well, you keep working to bring him back. How do you bring him back off the edge, okay?
Right.
They both retreated pretty hard. They're playing to their bases. Every time you hear them talk, it's playing to the base. Whether it's energy, whether it's the border, whatever it may be, we got serious problems. You know, the thing that discouraged me more than anything was the border security bill that we had. And in September, my Republican friend says, listen, we're not going to talk about any aid for Ukraine or for Taiwan or Israel until we secure our border. And I agree with my Republican friends. Let's secure our border, and then we can deal with the aid that needs to be. And we had to get Ukraine aid. It's the most. I've been wearing this pin ever since the war started. And this is ridiculous for us not supporting people that really are wanting what we have in life and willing to die for it. But anyway, so they were all for it. And then Mitch McConnell picked James Lankford, who's a beautiful person, I think one of the better human beings that we have in the Senate. That's just going to do the right thing. He's very religious, and he's very moral, a moral person. He has a moral compass, let's put it that way. And I thought, but Jim sometimes James can't get to the final deal because it's not good enough, never perfect enough. Well, he finally did. Took a little bit longer, but he got a good piece of legislation. And Sunday, we were voting on Wednesday. Sunday, we thought everybody was lined up. Donald Trump said something on Monday, it's not good enough. It's not a good bill. We start getting people getting wiggly. On Tuesday, we knew we were in trouble, and on Wednesday, they didn't vote. And I'm thinking, how can you do that? I never seen anything like that in my life. Because these are people I work with. These are my friends. And they let one person scare them away from doing what was right. And I said, the only thing
So what is then your parting advice to your colleagues when you say, how could they do that? Because how do you
That's why
not see
term
this
limits. That's why I'm more committed to term limits now than ever before. Those who were in their last term, the one good term they had left, and let's say it's coming to an end, they would have been able to do the right thing more so than thinking, well, what's the future? I got to run again, this and that.
Mm-hmm.
And I've just told them, I'll be honest with you, this is not the best job I've ever had.
What was?
Governor.
Okay.
If you're in public service, you can be governor, take it. You'll love it. You know why? You get up every morning, you can help somebody. You can change someone's life.
So are you going to run for governor?
No. I'm done. I've been 42 years. I'm looking forward to my next life to where I can help people and with mistakes I've made, so I help them not to make the same mistakes, and some knowledge I have I can share with them what I think would be helpful. And this will be the first time in 42 years I've ever had, when I'm finished in January, that I ever have control of my schedule. For 42 years, I've never been able to schedule, whether it was something for the kids or even a vacation at times, things get interrupted. And that's public life. And I never thought I'd ever be in it either that long.
So let's talk about energy. You're just actually back from Houston as of today. You were encouraging President Biden in an op-ed yesterday to celebrate the administration's energy wins. You've been a frequent critic of the Biden administration's energy policies. So can I ask if you could distill those frustrations down to an Axios length? What keeps you so frustrated with the Biden administration?
The implementation of the bill. The bill, we wrote that bill, the BBB bill, I didn't vote. I couldn't vote for the BBB bill. I tried for 8 months and couldn't get there. So that bill, when I didn't vote for it, was killed. And everybody got extremely mad at me, all the progressives and a lot of the Democrats across the country. And then 3 months later, I come back and do this bill. Well, why did I do this bill and I killed that bill? Well, they're two different completely. The bipartisan infrastructure bill was pulled out of the BBB because we needed infrastructure. But they were trying to throw the good, the bad, and the ugly all into one because they think that helps get it through. And it was just too big. It was changing the whole our social. When I finally told the president, Mr. President, you and I are from the same generation to a certain extent, a couple of years different. And anyway, I said, I grew up with John Kennedy. In my mind, ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. We passed this piece of legislation, which you say is your marquee legislation, the BBB. You're going to change the psychic of the nation to how much more can my country do for me. I said, sir, I wasn't raised that way. I don't believe that. I can't do it. So that's what happened there. And then the Ukraine war started. Russia used energy as a weapon, and we couldn't help our allies. We weren't producing energy, and this administration didn't want it to do any more fossil if they didn't have to.
And you were talking about that yesterday, though, what the Biden administration has been doing in terms of energy security.
We're producing more energy today than ever in the history of the United States of America. We're producing more energy than any place else in the world. We are energy secured.
So, but you're not hearing, to your point, you're not hearing that.
When have you heard the president say we're energy secured? When have you heard the president say that piece of IRA, this marquee legislation, paid down $230 billion of debt? First time in 30 years we ever had a piece of legislation that some of the money, at least a third of the money, was dedicated to debt reduction, with $34.5 trillion of debt we have. They don't talk about those things. And I said, please take credit. We did it. You had to sign it. We wrote it. My staff and I wrote it on the energy portion, and he had to sign that. And they knew. The frustration I have is the implementation. They're trying to implement a bill they didn't pass. We passed a bill, and when they get out of their lane, I say out of the lane, we try to bring them back in, because.
When you think about that, what to your mind is the sticking point with implementation? Like, what, I know there's a number.
The EVs. I'll give you a perfect one. EVs, electric vehicles. The only reason I did credits, they wanted $7,500. You get $3,750 if we source and produce the critical minerals in North America or countries that we have free trade agreements with. So we're not held hostage from countries of foreign concern. China, Russia, Iran, North Korea. Fine, everybody's good with that, they said. So then 40% the first year, we have to mature the industry. I says, I'll work with you on credits as long as we can bring manufacturing back to America. That's all. We let it go. Then we had the North American Free Trade Agreement, and then on top of that, we let China in the WTO, and everything went to hell in a handbasket as far as us being able to provide for ourselves. So what happened there was I said, fine, 40% the first year, then 60% and 80% has to be produced in our country or in our countries of reliability we have. Arbitrarily, they cut it in half.
So
they just cut it in half, says, well, 20%. That's because they want to get more EVs out quicker, and we're still going to be relying on supporting China. I says, that's not what we did the bill.
So when you're talking about implementation, I want to ask you just one last question about messaging. What do you think, we've talked about energy, what else do you think Joe Biden needs to be saying right now?
No, I just think he ought to just, and I've told, he and I've said, like you and I are sitting here, and I said, Mr. President, I want you to be the person in 2020 that you said that you were, and I've known for the last 30 years. You were always willing to make a deal. You were always in the center, making a deal. I've worked with you, I knew. Now all of a sudden, you're clear over, there's no deal to be made because you've already been pushed to the side over there, and you're playing to basically the same 20%, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I said, you're going to have a hard time winning if you're way over here, because that's not where most of us are. We want energy. We want it cleaner. We're producing more energy than anybody in the world. We're producing oil and gas cleaner than anywhere in the world. We're producing more wind and solar than anywhere in the world. We're basically advancing technology in small modular reactors and all the other technologies that we're trying to mature hydrogen than anywhere in the world. We're doing it all. Take credit for that. Don't be afraid to say we've had to build pipelines to safely move product. When they're putting it on trains and trucks that are more dangerous than the pipelines because people don't want pipelines. We're going to move the product one way or another. Just, people aren't going to agree with you, but just say, listen, if you've got a better way, please sit down and tell me about it and I'll try it. But right now, this is the best we can do, and we are doing better. When we let Venezuela, I'll give you an example. Venezuela was allowed back into the market, right? They produce 80% more pollution when they're producing oil than the United States of America. We're the cleanest production. So if we can displace them, it's better off for the climate, world climate. We knew ghost ships, the ghost oil strips are coming out of Iran. We knew that. And we know that the resources, the money they get from that, they're using to wreak havoc around the world, terrorist support. But you want to keep the prices low. So people don't want to say that, oh, we're producing oil in America because they're afraid that people get mad at you. But they want to use it. They got mad when the gas was $5.01 a gallon. Had to bring it back down. So, and you want EVs. Well, don't enslave a country and a family in the Congo that basically is living in horrific conditions because you want to drive an EV. We have to do it here. And we can do it with better technology, better working conditions, all of these things. I'm just trying to find that balance. And a lot of stuff doesn't make sense. I always said, if I can't go home and explain, I can't vote for it. You can put a gun to my head and we'll play Russian roulette with 6 bullets and I'm okay.
Okay, well, unfortunately, we're going to have to leave it at that. Senator Joe Manchin. They're giving me a big wrap up here.
That's a wrap. That's a hell of a wrap, isn't it?
All right, let me ask you one last question.
Forget about the 6 bullets, gang.
Let me ask you one quick last question then. This is just conversations we were having earlier today about permitting reform legislation.
We're going to get it. I'm determined.
So do you plan to release a bill anytime soon?
We've got one ready, and we're working with our Republican friends and everything, and I'm doing
What do you think the sticking point is?
Well, you've got 2 national campaigns going on. If one of the national prominent people that are running for president says something that they don't like it because it's just not right enough, good enough, or, the Constitution, we're trying to do a perfect, more perfect union. We're trying to make a more perfect bill. We've got to do something in permitting to get something done. All this goes for naught. 2032, it all goes away if we don't get these things matured where they can stand on their own. That's why we're putting all the incentives to them now. But it's just a balance, and Then you got the border has to be taken care of. Ukraine, we can't let Ukraine go through this. If it comes through the spring and we haven't helped Ukraine, God help us. That'll be the worst atrocity in history that your children or grandchildren will be reading about that we've done.
Senator Manchin, thank you for your
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Introducing our Axios Pro Tech Policy Reporter, Ashley Gold.
Hi everyone, thank you for being with us this afternoon and sticking around. Our next guest will give us a look into how the House is handling a lot of the issues we've covered here today, future of tech and how that intersects with how we are legislating the future of the workforce as we know it. He is the Vice Chair of the House Republican Conference and a congressman from the great state of Utah. Congressman Blake Moore, welcome to Axios. Welcome, Congressman. We're glad you could be with us today.
Great to be here. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to get started right away with big news of the week last week. The House passed a bill that could lead to the ban of TikTok in the United States. I know you voted yes on the bill. I want to know a little more about where you stand on this issue, why you think it's important, and if you think the Senate's going to act.
Yeah, I would articulate it as not a ban, but we're going to make it so it's sold to divest from ByteDance. That's actually the big thing that we had to clarify with lots of people. So
I heard you got a lot of calls.
Yeah, we got a lot of calls. You know what? So take it out of this. Everybody kind of saw it last week. It became a very, very popular thing. It was 50-0 out of committee.
Mm-hmm.
Something that was pretty, something that gets attention and that also goes to 50-0 and in committee is pretty peculiar, right? Mm-hmm. If something gets attention, it's usually because there's arguments over it or it's highly political. But this one went, completely unanimous out of committee. And then the House, it was a strong bipartisan vote, right? Just a few on each side, have they're quibbling about some of the certain things. The part that I think is important for people to recognize that was completely void in this conversation, I didn't really hear it much and it happened quickly, I get it. But think about what the US did with respect to Huawei. So Huawei is China's sort of infrastructure. They make phones, they make towers, they make all that type of stuff. And a lot of countries around the world, they use it. Mm-hmm. They've been successful at kind of permeating a lot of these different markets. Well, the U.S. categorically rejected it, mm-hmm. and they got a lot of other countries, some allied countries, to build a coalition to also reject Huawei from infiltrating their system. Keith Krach, if you know Keith Krach, he was in the Trump administration. He's an individual that's been in the tech world for a lot of things, and this is something that he led. And what was our concern there? Was that they were going to be able to access data, access mm-hmm. information. The Communist Party was going to have more information than we wanted them to do. And it is an absolute corollary. It's completely correlated to TikTok. It's just different, right? Because it wasn't infrastructure. It was an app. Mm-hmm. And ByteDance was clearly, it's in their bylaws, it's in their regulations that this type of company can, when the CCP wants to, they can access this information, and so we're trying to divest.
And are your fears about security around the app more based on that potential for them to be sharing information with the CCP, or based on the intel briefings you've participated in? Have you seen things that have already happened that have brought you a lot of concern about the security of the app? So
it's a little bit of both. I would say my biggest concern is what could ultimately happen. Mm-hmm. What's taken place, there's been a few instances where we feel like it's gone too far. TikTok gets bad press, and there's some awareness around it, and all of a sudden there's an effort to show, oh no, we're different, we're not trying to do it. They've showed up to congressional hearings. Yeah. I've met with groups that are involved in some of the management with TikTok, and they're doing their best to try to be transparent and say, look, we're creating a barrier, we're not doing this, we're not allowing this information to be transferred, but the fact that the CCP can and force ByteDance mm-hmm. to do it is our biggest concern. And the bill is very narrowly written, right? This is an app that folks love, that advertisers love. I know many industries are. We're great if it continues. We just can't have that threat of President Xi or the Chinese Communist Party saying, "Hey, we want the information now," and enforce that to happen.
And can you tell us, what you're hearing from the Senate side? Do you think they're going to act?
Predicting what the Senate does is way above my pay grade. We just passed the tax bill with 359 yes votes. Only a few from each party decided not to support this very, very good, very bipartisan tax bill, and they're struggling to get that part finalized. So it's tough to predict. I don't think that the arguments that some will make as far as freedom of speech and things like that are warranted in this particular case, but there'll be pushback. But a 50-0 vote.
Doesn't happen often.
If there's a fundamental difference in a body of Congress just 100 yards away from us, we've got some trust issues. I think we got to figure some of this out.
You might have already known
and
that,
it goes
though.
both ways, right? It goes both ways. And you look at it with the supplemental and what Republicans are trying, what Republicans need to do with respect to, you heard Senator Manchin, things that pass out of the Senate that don't even get a vote on the House,
Right.
and vice versa. There's a lot of it. That's been one of my big surprises in Congress. I'm going to my fourth year, so my second term was, there's these two bodies of Congress operate very differently.
Yeah,
so I can't
they
predict
can
it.
often
but
be on two different
I
planets.
assume yes, but I can't predict what they're going to do.
Here's another topic that's going to need both sides of Congress to agree on something, and that's AI, which is something that is on everyone's minds in this room, especially in the last couple of years. The Senate has done a lot of groundwork on AI. The House AI Working Group is just getting off the ground. Where do you stand on this issue? What do you think the House should do? And do you see bipartisan legislation on AI, passing any time in the next couple of years?
So I'm bullish on AI in general. I'm bullish on Congress figuring it out at some point. But we are going to be behind the curve a little bit. And sometimes that's okay, right? I remember writing a paper in my public policy master's program. And it was at the time where there was regulation needed in social media with respect to campaigns. Also like electric vehicles. I mean, should they have the gas tax associated to them or not, and all that kind of stuff. And it was years and years and years, way beyond past when they should have had these things figured out.
Yeah.
But we tend to, with new technology, Congress is behind. In one regard, that's okay. In another, it can't just be what we rely on. We have to be willing to get at it. They're doing a great job with very bipartisan conversations. I went on a bipartisan trip to Great Britain and went to DeepMind, to Google's facility out there. That was the first time that I actually felt like I had a tiny little grasp on what AI could do. I mean, they showed the amino acid chain. They showed how they were actually mapping it. Apparently, we weren't able to do that before. We knew what the contents was, we knew the makeup of it, but now they're mapping it, and they're able to show where we could create a mutation, what we could be doing with respect to the structure, not just the content or the makeup of these things. And so it was a fascinating experience, and I'm bullish on us using it for positive. There will always be the negative side and using it for things that are nefarious or unhealthy for our society, but Congress is taking it serious. And we're trying to at least create the discussion around it. And candidly, it's all been pretty bipartisan.
And do you use any applications in your everyday life or for work? Have you tried anything out that, was particularly useful for you?
Let's see. Well, right now, the important part is my bracket for March Madness.
Is AI
I've got
helping you with that?
Got to make sure that I get, AI could probably help me predict it because I'm on a bit of a dry run. I'm about a decade into actually winning one. I could use some help on AI there. No, I don't have any specifics outside of like a basic Instagram account. My comms team, my press secretary, they're here today. I don't have the passwords to what gets posted and everything. So we avoid any viral moments that are usually not that good.
That's probably smart.
It's probably smart in my work.
Speaking about being smart about technology, you're a father of four. Let's talk about how you're viewing the role of technology in children's lives, whether it should be up to Congress to make rules around that, whether the apps themselves should be setting their own limits. How are you thinking about this from a policy perspective?
This is a tough one. So I'm from Utah, and if you actually will dig into it a little bit, our governor, Governor Cox, has been on the forefront of driving this a little bit. And, it gets to that point where, where we're doing too much, government's doing too much, and, you kind of have to put the brakes on a little bit to determine what it is. But our children need to be protected, and they're having access to stuff too young, and they're not ready for it. And so we're just trying to find that sweet spot to allow for the freedom of speech, allow private sector to operate and work on their own without massive government interference. But we're seeing, the worst of the worst situations with kids. And then we got calls of potential, suicide and things like that when they couldn't open up their TikTok account. And so I'm really interested in Utah taking a lead on this. We're the youngest state in the nation, and we just want to make sure there's accountability. We want to make sure there's transparency in how these are running. There is room for this. They're going to be successful operations. It's clear that these are consumer-driven applications, and social media has even all the negatives that it creates, it's still done more positive for industry and things like that. But our kids are going through a lot of mental health issues. I got an 11-year-old, twin 8-year-olds, and a 2-year-old, and you can see just how quickly and easily they get addicted to just a device. And then you add on an application that the whole world is open up to them, and then the content that they can have access to. It's, could be, my little boy's got autism, and he's an amazing kid, and he's basically taught himself to read. And my wife and I can't even take credit for it. And it was largely because he was using these really cool programs on his iPad, and it's all been positive for the most part with him. But then you see him on like a Switch, and it's a game that really doesn't add a lot of intrinsic value to him, but he just gets so addicted to it. So we have to regulate that. Yeah. The primary, it should be done at the family level, but government does have a role here to figure out where we put the brakes on and make sure that this doesn't get run amok, because our kids are facing a real mental health tragedy.
Yeah, and Congress has really stalled on the privacy debate from a federal level for everyone, but where people do see some action potentially happening is on the kids' privacy. So we're definitely still going to be tracking that.
And that's a good point, because I'll be really brief, but I think that's what people were so surprised at the TikTok bill last week. Is it happened relatively. It had been in the works for a while, and there had been hearings on it and things like that, but it actually happened relatively fast.
It happened very fast for tech policy.
We take a lot of other things slow. Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to, we actually only have a little bit of time left, so I wanted to get into something fun. We like to do one fun thing to wrap things up here at Axios events. So you don't get to work on the Hill in a car, do you? What's your ride of choice?
I ride a Vespa. It's a very nice Italian machinery. My buddies call it mopeds or scooters, and I have to remind them that this is by far much more advanced. Than just like a moped or a scooter. So I brought it back here in my freshman term, and the joy that it brought to people as I would pull up right to the east steps.
And are you the only one? And does anybody else have a Vespa?
There's a staffer somewhere that has one that parks near mine every once in a while, and then of course a couple of my colleagues have like a Harley, and I tell them well, we got similar engines. It's just a little bit different on the aerodynamics.
Yeah,
but I remember pulling up. And it was a moment when I saw a Democrat laugh at me, and I saw a Republican laugh at me right as I was parking.
Well, that's
and I'm
bipartisan.
I feel like I'm doing more to bring this place together than virtually anybody
you can make
out there.
Both sides laugh at you.
And the parking is it's amazing. So yeah, I'll buzz around on a little Vespa, which I don't do in the winter.
That's great. I love that. I love commuting on a bike myself, so I support this Vespa lifestyle. And with that, we do have to wrap it up. We're out of time. Thank you so much for joining Axios.
Thanks, Ashley.
Oh, here he is in his Vespa. Yeah.
I didn't know you had the picture.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
another View from the Top segment with Nicholas Johnston.
All right, folks, deep breath. We're in the home stretch this afternoon. Big finish of What's Next Summit coming up soon. But before that, I just want to thank Bank of America, which has been a partner of Axios literally since day one. I am employee number 5 at Axios. They've been with us since the very beginning, more than 7 years ago. So I'm very excited to welcome for a View from the Top conversation the Managing Director of the Bank of America Institute, Liz Everett-Chrisberg. Liz, come on out. Welcome to What's Next Summit. Thank you for being here.
Of course, it's great to be here.
Let's start kind of big picture. Like, tell me a little bit about what the Bank of America Institute is. Like, what are you up to?
Sure. Well, the Bank of America Institute gets to leverage all of the bank's data to uncover insights. And to just put that in context when we're talking about all of the bank's data, just from a consumer perspective, we're talking about 69 million consumer and small business clients. We're talking about 57 million verified digital users.
Yeah.
You know, we're talking about a lot of fun stuff to be able to investigate.
So let's start digging into that kind of fun stuff. Like, what are the long-term goals of like trying to figure out what to do with all that?
Well, that's actually a great question. What we are trying to do, we are very intentionally not tied to a particular bank product. And what we want to do is uncover insights, share them not only with our employees so that they can share them with their clients, but also to share it, we've got a broader mandate to share it with the public. So policymakers,
right,
communities, individuals. And in terms of what our objective is, again, it's not tied to an actual product. We don't sell any of the data. We had a conversation about data earlier today. But we want to make sure that people, whether it's individuals, companies, policymakers, are better informed so that they can make better decisions. And I think that's really simply what it is.
So what are you on the hunt for? Are there specific issues or trends that you're sort of picking through all this data to look at?
We look at, I mean, we've got a lot of things to potentially look at, but we really focus on the state of the consumer, the state of small businesses, but then we can dig into other things like cybersecurity. We can dig into migration patterns, right? We can dig into housing. Really kind of the world is open to
well, how do you pick and choose?
That's a great
then?
question.
Like, tell me how'd you even like presented with this wealth of data? What would you do when you wake up in the morning? It's like, well, how do I even boil this ocean?
Well, this is how I think we're kind of, you know, we figured this out by taking a cue from journalism. And we have an editorial board that is made up of leaders from all of our 8 lines of business and senior management from across the bank. And what we do in these editorial board meetings is we ask the question, what questions are you being asked? What are the issues people are talking about? And I've never been in a real editorial board meeting, but I understand that they're spirited and they're engaging.
People have opinions.
You know,
yes.
they have opinions. And so what we get to do is we get to kind of take all of that in and then come back and say, all right, what data do we have within the bank that can help us provide some context, help us provide some insight.
It's like satisfying that curiosity. What are people interested in?
What are they interested in?
What can we go look in the back room and see what's there?
Answer it? And what's really neat about it is that we can go use that data and then we can share it in close to real time, right? So there's a lot of great data that comes out of the government, but it doesn't necessarily come out, you know, now. And if we want to understand what's happening with the consumer right now, or how they've responded to, you know, student loans having to pay back student loans again, we can tell you that 2 weeks after student loan repayments started back up again in October.
And that's pulling it out of the data that you can see, like just in the bank processing. Like you can watch these massive trends and be like, okay, 2 weeks after that happened, like it moved this to consumers.
Well, we can look at, and we do this on an aggregated and anonymized way, but we can identify, okay, which households were paying student loans before the pandemic. What are they doing now? Has their spending increased, decreased? What's going on with their deposit levels, et cetera?
That's super fascinating. So there's a couple of pieces you folks have released recently on women's spending patterns. Like dig into a little bit of that, the trends you're seeing.
Yeah. And earlier Reshma was talking about, you know, the need for paid leave and whatnot. And this is a rather depressing statistic from our data. But for consumers, Bank of America customers, households that are making childcare payments, right? So paying for childcare. In January, they were paying 32% more than they paid in 2019 on average, right? Yeah, wow. I mean, depressing, right? And why does that matter other than it's depressing? Because of the impact that it has on labor force participation. Now, female labor force participation is at, frankly, a long-term high right now in the US, but we're number 27 out of 32 of industrialized countries.
Right.
I mean, that's horrible, right? We're number 2 in terms of the cost of childcare, behind only New Zealand. So there are real implications for what that means for closing the gap and getting more women back.
That's a real visceral explanation, I think, of like what can sometimes be a very vague kind of policy discussion in this.
Well, and then here's the other thing when you look at our data. When we look at those households that are making childcare payments, what we're also seeing is a much higher rate of pay disruption. So what does that mean? That means when you're looking at continuous income from a particular company and then you switch and don't have one, or you're switching companies, there's a much higher rate. I want to say it's 3 to 4 times higher for people making childcare payments.
Right.
And the reason that that's a problem is because then parents, not always women, but usually women, are not investing in their careers, they're not getting their promotion, and it doesn't set them up for as long success. But I do have positive
Okay, bring some good news
of
then.
women's news. Is over the next decade, there's going to be $30 trillion of wealth that gets transferred from traditionalists and boomers to younger people and younger women. So that means that women are going to be controlling more wealth than they ever have before.
Right. Let's take a step back on those consumer trends. Right, a huge thing that we're following just is like the health and state of the economy. And like, of course, as you said, we get a lot of government data, for 2 quarters ago.
Yeah.
What are the trends that you're seeing in more real time?
So
right
2
now?
quarters ago, last year, the consumer was resilient. They were spending, everything was great. In January and February, what we're seeing is consumer spending, card spending per household was up by 0.4 in February, kind of rebound from down 0.3 in January. What it means is the characterization for the consumer right now is softer than it was last year, but it's still stable. And digging into that a little bit more, one of the trends is lower income households, they're actually moderating their growth, their spending growth, a lot more than middle and higher income households. And this is despite the fact that we're actually seeing their incomes increase at a higher rate. So the amount of money coming into their accounts is going up faster than it ever has,
Right.
but their spending is, so it's something we want to be watching.
And so then what will you be watching? Sort of like how do you, what are the data points that you're going to keep an eye on 3 months from now?
Well,
and I guess we're in an election year, so talking about the economy is one of the most important things we can be talking about.
We're always looking at spending. We're always looking at wage growth. And I think wage growth is the most important thing for us to understand. Are people paying, getting paid more? Do they have jobs? Are they working enough? But we also look at credit utilization. And credit utilization, you think about, okay, with inflation, yes, it's coming down, but are people turning to their credit card to fund what they need to? And what we're seeing there is no. In fact, we're not seeing people using more of their credit than.
Which would say that they have enough of their wage income to live their lives. So that would be possibly a positive.
It's a positive. Again, I think the characterization is that the consumer is softer than it was, but it's still stable. The other statistic, which I think gets people, this one's not depressing, I promise, is when you look at checking and savings account balances.
Yeah.
Today, they are 40% higher than they were before the pandemic, across all income levels. And so the stories that we were hearing over the last year, and this is what's fun about the Institute, is we read these headlines and then we say, is this what we're seeing? Everyone was saying the consumer was gonna run out of money. The stimulus, had been spent 40% more money, the median, than across all income levels than it was before the pandemic.
So the consumer is softer and still supported.
Softer, supported, stable.
Got it. So let's dig in. Listen on one fun thing before we get the hook here and wrap it up. You've got this massive data set. What's the coolest, wackiest, most interesting thing you found in this pile of numbers?
So this is my favorite thing.
All right.
We saw a headline that the reason the labor market was so soft and people weren't participating is because they were leaving the traditional labor market and they were going to be gig workers full time. So we were saying, is that really true? So we were able to go and look at all of our customers and who was getting income from the gig economy. So driving, delivering food, whatever it was. And what we found was, yes, there was a tripling in the number of people who were getting gig income, but they weren't getting it every month. It was, I think, just under 2 times a year, people were getting gig income. And what's interesting is if you look at the way that was working when people were doing it, as the labor market started to return, and particularly lower income wages went up, all of a sudden people weren't participating in the gig economy anymore. So we think that rather than the gig economy being a replacement for traditional jobs, what we're seeing is it's a supplement for jobs. And when anecdotally, we haven't been able to find this exactly in the data yet. Younger people are saying, I don't need to save up to go buy, this handbag or go on this trip. What they're doing is they're saying, I'm going to go do a couple ride shares. I'm going to go deliver a couple of
a couple gig jobs, get the money for the thing I wanted, and then
go back
to normal. That's a fascinating piece of data. Liz, thanks so much for being here. Big thanks to Bank of America for making today possible. Big finish coming up here. Stick around.
Put your hands together for Axios transportation correspondent Joanne Muller.
Well, hi, everybody. I'm sure you're wondering why I brought my surfboard today. It's actually not a surfboard, though. This is a propeller for the future of electric aviation. And to hear more about it, please join me in welcoming the founder and CEO of Joby Aviation, JoBen Bevert. Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Well, JoBen, thank you very much for being here. Rolling Stone called you the Orville and Wilbur Wright of electric aviation.
I get to be two people.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that says about you. No pressure on that, though. So I think we need to let people know what we're talking about. So we have a video here that I think we're going to queue up. Can you walk us through what we're seeing here? Tell us a little bit about this.
Yeah, so we're building a new age of aviation, a new age of transportation where we move into the sky for our daily mobility. And we're not just building the aircraft, we're also building a new type of company, a new aviation company that designs, builds, and tests almost every single component on the aircraft. We've been flying this aircraft at full scale since 2017, so we really understand the operational characteristics of it. We've designed it to be dramatically quieter. Here we're with Mayor Adams. Mayor Adams had us bring one of our aircraft out and show it in New York City, where we were able to showcase the incredible acoustic profile of the aircraft and have people in Manhattan get to experience this really revolutionary technology firsthand. As you see here, as I was talking about, the acoustic profile, where we can serve cities without impacting them, when we can serve communities without impacting them. And as I was talking about, we're also building a next generation manufacturing company, and the design and the vertical integration we've built into the company is really, really exciting.
Well, fantastic. So I want to kind of understand where this idea came from. I understand that you grew up in like a pretty remote part of California, which I didn't think there were remote parts of California, but apparently there are. How did that inspire you to think about a different way of traveling?
Yeah, so I had a very unique upbringing. I was born and raised off the grid before being off the grid was cool. So this was no electricity. When I was born there, we didn't even have any telephone, and so it was a very pivotal moment when I was 4 years old that I got to drive on the back of the bulldozer as we trenched in the telephone service. So it was a very rural, very remote upbringing, but it was pivotal for me because it taught me a deep understanding of the way the world works and how things work. But it was also a long way from school. So I lived in a place that I loved, and I went to a school that had just really inspiring teachers that I couldn't dream of going to school anywhere else, but it was a long trip to school when I drive with my parents, but my parents both worked. And so I would take the city bus home, a couple of city buses, and then a long walk home. And it gave me a lot of time to dream about a better way to get from A to B. And I dreamt of being able to fly. But it was, an airplane didn't work because I lived in this little meadow amongst the redwoods, and so you can't build a runway in the mountains, and helicopters were horrifically loud. And so I was like, we got to figure out a better way to bring flight to people's daily lives.
And you did.
And we are doing it. We have an incredible team.
So let's fast forward. The question is, when and where will we be able to fly in these things?
So that's the really exciting part, is this is not some science fiction reality that's going to happen far into the future. This is happening right now. We've been doing the heavy lifting. As I said, we've been flying at full scale since 2017, and we've been working on the certification with the FAA, and the progress that we're making is really exciting. We in May of 2020, we got our G1, which is this is stage 4 of our G1, which is the base high-level rules. And then we've now completed the stage 2 and stage 3, and we're working on stage 4, which is testing. So it's really fantastic to see the progress we're making, where we're just steadily putting points on the board, testing every single system that goes into building our aircraft. And with that, plus our 135 certificate and our 141 and 145, that allows us to, once we have our type certificate and our production certificate, we can launch our commercial passenger service. Another element, a parallel track to bringing this service, is our work with the Department of Defense. And there we delivered our first aircraft to Edwards Air Force Base. And we just recently, today, we announced that we'll be delivering our 3rd and 4th aircraft to MacDill Air Force Base in Florida, and we're really, really excited about the expanding partnership with the U.S. government across multiple different branches, and bringing this transformative new technology to both government customers as well as consumers.
Well, let me ask you about this. Why is the government and the Department of Defense specifically like a good bridge to this technology? Like, they're not commuting to work, right? I mean, what is their use for it?
Yeah, so initially we can use it to move people and supplies, both on bases here in the U.S. and broader applications. But it's also, for us, it's incredibly valuable to be able to have an early customer. So back in 2016, we began working with the Defense Innovation Unit, DIU. We were one of their first projects. We were just a small team of a handful of folks, and we began working closely with them. And with a few $1 million investment, or not even investment, a few $1 million contract with them, we then parlayed that into tens of millions of dollars of venture capital, which over time has now grown to the point where we've raised more than $2 billion. And so this is a fantastic example of a public-private partnership where a little bit of support from the government, a little bit of a demand signal from the government grows and grows. We took that to AFWERX and the Agility Prime program, which has been incredibly successful and built and really supported our industry, advanced air mobility, but also a number of other really important autonomy initiatives. And so we're seeing these types of programs within the government really drive innovation and drive American leadership in this next generation of aviation.
But for the average people out here in the audience, like, I know you have a partnership with Delta Airlines. Tell me, like, when I can fly in it and how much it's going to cost, because honestly, it looks like a rich man's toy.
So these are the two incredible things, and thank you for bringing up Delta. Delta is just a spectacular partner for us. We were very thoughtful when we chose our airline partner to launch our service here in the U.S. Delta really holds customer service and customer experience at a very high regard, and Joby really cares about delivering a spectacular experience and an affordable experience. So Delta has invested billions of dollars into new terminal infrastructure at JFK, LaGuardia, and LAX. New York and LA are really critical markets, launch markets for us. And so what we want to build and what we are, what we have in the planning process, and part of the reason we went to New York with Mayor Adams was that infrastructure piece, and being able to build best-in-class infrastructure where you can get off of your Delta flight and onto a Joby flight as seamlessly as possible. So we're building vertiport infrastructure at JFK and LaGuardia and LAX to give that really fantastic customer experience of a tight integration between your Delta flight and your Joby flight. In terms of the cost, when you look at a flight from JFK to Manhattan, that might take you more than an hour on the ground. Some people that live in New York say that it can take up to 2 hours. If we can transform that into a 7-minute flight, we think that's a really exciting prospect. But we also want to make it affordable and something that's accessible to everyone. And so we want to price that comparable to what you would pay for a taxi or an Uber.
But that's dependent on having a lot of these things flying, I presume, right? I mean, everything is about economies of scale. Like, are these going to be everywhere?
So we are ramping our manufacturing capacity as fast as we can. Toyota is one of our largest investors, and Toyota has been working shoulder to shoulder with us since 2019 to design manufacturability and quality into our systems so that we can ramp the production volumes. And I think it's really important to frame where we are in this journey. When you look back at the early days of automotive, right, the automobile was kind of progressively invented in the 1870s and 1880s. It wasn't the production, kind of started in fits and starts through the 1890s, but it wasn't really until the early 1900s where global automotive manufacturing really started to ramp. So today we've announced that our goal, we have our pilot manufacturing line in Marina, California. We've announced that our goal is to be at a run rate of an aircraft a month by the end of the year. So you asked whether there were going to be lots of these, right? Today we produce 100 million automobiles a year. So getting from 10 to 100 million that's a lot of steps, and this isn't going to happen in a year or even 5 years. This is going to be a gradual build of manufacturing capacity as we move from tens to hundreds to thousands of aircraft a year. But it's really exciting. It is the early days of a new mode of transportation where we're transforming.
Orville and Wilbur Wright.
Exactly.
So I want people to understand the aircraft itself. We have a couple of photos here, and I think it'd be helpful for you to tell us how they fly. Describe these propellers and what happens when it takes off and when it flies.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is, it carries a pilot and 4 passengers. It takes off and lands vertically like a helicopter, but then it has a wing, and so it can transition and fly efficiently like an airplane. And it flies at 200 miles an hour. And this is one of the really critical pieces for the economics, is because it's flying so fast. Instead of a car on the ground where you're moving an average of 20 miles an hour, when you're moving at 200 miles an hour, you have a lot of productivity. When you're moving 4 passengers, you're able to deliver a lot of passenger miles per hour, which is what it makes the economics really, really exciting. You asked about the propellers. The propellers are integral to the acoustic profile, which is near and dear to my dream, and one of the areas where we've just really invested a lot of time and energy. As you pointed out, there's one of the propeller blades here. The piece that makes it able to be really quiet is the propulsion, the motors that we've designed into the aircraft, which allow us to spin those propellers really, really slowly. And it's not just the quantity of noise, but also the quality of the noise, which is more a whoosh than a wop wop of a helicopter. That whop whop of a helicopter travels long distance through the atmosphere, and we find it really annoying to the ear. It's an impulsive acoustic characteristic. So that's really crucial. We've designed it to be really intuitive to get in and out of, very similar to getting in and out of an SUV, so that it is very adaptable to, people are easy to, people get in there like, wow, this is really roomy. This is, this feels just like sitting in my car. And that's the experience that we want people to have. It's something very familiar.
You talked about the whoosh and the whop whop. If you haven't had a chance, down in the lobby, there is an audio experience where you can put these headphones on and compare the sound of different types of flight. And if that doesn't convince you why these are important, I don't know what will. I mean, it was pretty incredible to me.
That was one of the great things about bringing it out to New York, was that the community folks there got to experience it. Not just, they got to put on the earphones and listen to it, and then they got to hear it in person, and they were immediately sold. They were convinced. They were like, this is fantastic. We can't wait to have this here in New York. And we want that experience for people in communities across the country and around the world.
So where do these things land, and how do we charge them? Are they going to be hopping from rooftop to rooftop?
Yeah, that's exactly right. If initially it's going to be the infrastructure at the airport, and in Manhattan, this was one of the critical pieces, was that the mayor announced that they were going to be electrifying the helipads in New York. We worked with the FAA to show that with our precision landings, we can use the helipads that are all the helipads that are out there currently. We'll also be able to take advantage of all of the thousands of existing small airports around the country to provide really vitally needed transportation to underserved communities. And being able to, you asked about electrifying them. We've built a new charging standard, which we call Geeks. And this allows us to not just charge the batteries, but also condition the batteries to get a really remarkable endurance out of them. We've shown more than 10,000 representative 25-mile flights before we need to replace the battery pack, which is really crucial for the environmental impact of our service as well.
But you're a bit like Tesla in that you've designed a special charging system that works with your aircraft, like Tesla did with their cars. In the auto industry, everybody ended up standardizing on Tesla's system. Is that going to happen with you, or?
So we've made our system widely available, and we've published the standards so that everybody can build these Geeks charging systems, and to take advantage of the incredible work that our team has done developing this really state-of-the-art aviation charging standard.
So we only have a little bit of time left. What are the technical challenges that remain before these can become mainstream? I presume a lot of it involves batteries, but there might be other things as well.
So again, we've been flying full-scale aircraft since 2017. So the technical challenges in terms of the design of the aircraft, we've worked through. The really critical piece now is the scaling. And so that's why the partnership with Toyota is so vitally important as we look to press the print button and ramp up the flywheel so we can produce more and more of these aircraft every year, and we can make them more widely available. Because as you were saying, if everybody that's flying from JFK wants to take one, we need a lot of aircraft. And then when we replicate that to communities across the country, there's a massive opportunity.
It's really interesting to me as a longtime automotive writer how important the auto industry is to aviation with producing these things in mass scale. So we only have about a minute left. We always like to end with one fun thing. I did some research and I found out that you have invented other things, one of which I have in my house. So what is a gorilla pod?
So this takes me back about 30 years when I was a master's student at Stanford, and there was a team of us, and we were assigned a class project, which was to design a better camera tripod. And so we built this little thing called a grill pod, which had ball and socket joints, and you could wrap it around things. And a lot of people fell in love with it, and it was a really fantastic success on many different dimensions. But it also provided me the capital to start on my childhood dream of building a better way to move around every day. And so I'll always be grateful for that cute little camera tripod.
And I'm grateful for it too, because you can like strap it on a fence or something and take good pictures, good videos, whatever. It bends in crazy directions. So anyways, thank you for that invention. So it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much for traveling here to be at the What's Next Summit. Before our next summit, next session, I just wanted to encourage you, if you are not already a subscriber to my newsletter, I co-write it with Alex Fitzpatrick and Jennifer Kingston. It's called Axios, What's Next? And we cover a lot of these topics that we've been discussing all day today. So you can subscribe online at the Axios website. Now, everyone, please remain seated. We have one final segment now before our reception, which is upstairs. I also encourage you as you go downstairs to try the headphones and other things that we have on display there. But without further ado, I'm thrilled to welcome back to the stage Mike Allen.
So much. I mentioned during the intro that this is Axios What's Next is one of our favorite days of the year. You can now see why all these great colleagues coming in from around the country, including Joanne. And now, the big finish. Our next guest came to fame as Mayor Pete of South Bend, Indiana. He was a Naval Reserve officer deployed to Afghanistan, Harvard, Oxford. Now the 19th Secretary of Transportation, Secretary Pete, Secretary Buttigieg. Welcome to Axios What's Next. Thank you so much for joining. We really appreciate it. Secretary, the department has 5 goals that you've given them: safety, jobs, equity, climate. The 5th is innovation. What we love about Axios What's Next is we always get to talk about building, innovating. So blow our mind. Secretary, what's something that's in your purview that's transportation innovation?
Pavement. I know it doesn't sound sexy. I know it doesn't sound like the highest tech thing. There is actually an opportunity potentially to develop self-healing potholes, pavement that can begin to, any former mayor knows the natural.
I thought we were getting religious, self-healing.
I'm religious about the battle against potholes because we lose so much of the value of our infrastructure in how it falls apart. I spent this morning on the Washington Bridge in Rhode Island. It's a huge pain point right now because part of it is out of service. And it was built in the 60s. They're now working on a project to completely reconstruct it. They have to, which they're hoping they can replace it with a bridge that'll last 100 years. But there are some who believe we can construct bridges that'll last 500 years. If we can just extend the life of our infrastructure with better materials, and we're working on that right now. We fund research at a level that I think people don't maybe naturally associate with the U.S. Department of Transportation on everything from pavement durability to AI applications in the design of complete streets. We're really excited about what that could mean for this next generation of infrastructure. If we're still living with the decisions that were made in the Eisenhower era, good and bad, about how to build highways, roads, bridges. Let's make sure in the Biden era that we're building this generational infrastructure right and preparing for the next generation to be more durable, more green, more smart, more equitable, more safe than we ever could have imagined.
Now, Mr. Secretary, while we have people on the edge of their seat about pavement, cars that charge themselves as they drive.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, you can already do this with your iPhone, right? You can pop it on a charger. So it is not out of the question that an electric vehicle can charge by induction. More than not out of the question. They're prototyping this now. And if you can do it while it's sitting still, you can conceivably do it while it's moving. They're testing this in Detroit. Not quite ready for prime time, but very much in the works. And another example of what a truly smart roadway would look like. I think we've gotten used to thinking of most of the intelligence, so to speak, living in the vehicle, right? The cars are getting smarter, the planes are getting smarter. But some of the intelligence, so to speak, can live in the infrastructure. That's why you're hearing a lot about vehicle to everything communication. It's called V2X in the battle for spectrum, which is becoming a real challenge, but also a real opportunity. Part of what's at stake is making sure there is enough bandwidth for vehicles to actually communicate with the infrastructure. So not only is there a traffic light communicating with the driver that it's your turn to stop or go, but conceivably there could be beacons communicating with the car, advising it, warning it, updating it in ways that the driver doesn't even have to worry about.
Boeing has been on your desk a lot lately. How much of the coverage that we're seeing reflects authentic systemic issues, and how much of it is, as Bloomberg's Joe Wiesenthal asked, like when the media goes through a phase where it starts reporting on every shark attack?
I think there's a little bit of both going on. Look, we think there are some real concerns. We know there are some real concerns with quality control at Boeing. It's why the FAA administrator has put them on notice, gave them 90 days to present a comprehensive plan on how they're addressing those issues, and in an unprecedented step said that we're not going to allow them to increase their production until they can demonstrate that they can do it safely. At the same time, incidents seem to cluster, and it's part of our job analytically to figure out whether that's actually a cluster or whether it just looked that way based on what got attention. But I think the other important thing to keep track of here is this reflects the extremely high standard that we hold aviation safety to. The fact that not a crash, but something that could conceivably have led to a crash is itself national news, in a way reflects the extraordinary safety record that we have in this country. And of course, the aviation sector is working very hard to make sure we keep it that way. Just to illustrate this, I was thinking about this today on the plane coming over, just to give you a sense of just how detail-oriented and careful we are on aviation safety. You may have noticed, you may not have noticed, when you're on many newer airplanes, that there's a little hook. It's about thumb size and shape. On the front or on the back of the seat in front of you, and in economy anyway, and you can use it to hang your jacket on that little hook. It's a clever little thing. What you may not have noticed, I noticed recently, is if you're in an exit row, it will happen to be the case that little piece of plastic is not there on the seat in front of you, because it is theoretically possible that during an evacuation, having a coat hanging there could slow you down a little bit. That's the level of detail that goes into the regulation and practice of aviation safety. What we need to do, in addition to sustaining that, is start applying that level of rigor to auto safety, where a number of people equivalent to a fully loaded 737 died today, and will again tomorrow, and will again the next day, and it won't get any coverage at all. 40,000 people die in this country every year in roadway crashes. And part of our goal is to get this country to become a place where that seems as quaint and as antiquated as losing your life to dysentery on the Oregon Trail. And I think we can get there. I really do. Technology is part of the story of how we get there. So is regulation.
Last one on this mode of transportation. We're going to move around a little bit. Mr. Secretary, when you and I did an interview earlier, I asked you, window or aisle? And you told me you go for the window seat because you're a napper. So would you sit against a window seat in a Boeing plane?
I just did the other day. I think I did yesterday. Look, every time I get on a plane, I know that I'm participating in the safest mode of transportation in America. And I know the people who work very hard to keep it that way. And that's part of why we're pressing Boeing so hard right now.
Going to the president's favorite mode of transportation, the rails, my colleague Hans Nichols says, we all think of taking the train from DC to New York. What's a route that will be as common at the end of President Biden's second term?
Well, one effort that we're funding is called Bright Line West. This is a public-private partnership. If they meet their aggressive, but
this is in Florida.
Well, they currently have a railroad
Yeah, that's
in Florida.
Florida. Yeah.
The same firm is now launching a project going from Nevada to Southern California. Right. If they hit all of their marks, then their goal is to be in revenue service by the time of the Olympics, which means during the last year of President Biden's second term, there would be revenue service, high speed, like true high speed rail, most of it running right down the median of I-15, which is how they got the right of way so quickly. That would take you from, on a stretch of road that is just described as a parking lot on weekends, right? Incredibly congested, incredibly overworked. And that could be one of the first places that Americans really experience actual high-speed rail. And once we do, I think there's no going back.
But that's not in a Biden second term. What's the horizon?
No, it is. Yeah, this could happen in 2028. So the last year of President Biden's second term.
And it goes from LA to...
It goes from Las Vegas as far as Rancho Cucamonga, and then it ties into regional connections. Obviously, the home run would be to get something like that all the way to LA, where there's also work going on to link LA to San Francisco. They will not be in revenue service in the 2020s.
And isn't there also one in Texas that's promising?
So the concept there is to go from Dallas to Houston.
Yes.
And I think it's a great example of the population density that would support rail. I know a lot of people say, well, we're not Europe. The reason we can't have trains as good as Europe is because we're not laid out like Europe. Well, actually, you can find lots of places in the U.S. I know Texas isn't a lot like Europe, but one thing that is in common is you have these major metropolitan centers that are a rather long drive or a very short flight away from each other. Those are perfect candidates for high-speed rail. So there is a proposal. We're investing a little bit in some of the planning associated with it, and some interesting ideas about what could connect them with. They want to use a different technology. There are a lot of different ideas, and many of them have a significant private role.
You have AVs and EVs in your purviews. You have a little bit of an unusual take on driverless cars. You see them as a piece of that safety puzzle you were talking about.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier this crisis of roadway deaths, which weirdly does not get the attention it deserves. To put it another way, it's on par with gun violence in terms of how many lives are lost. So imagine if we were paying as much attention and working on it and even fighting over it as much as we do the fight against gun violence. And a big part of the solution can be technology. Look, the truth is we, as human drivers, have a murderous track record when it comes to fatalities and injuries behind the wheel. So the potential of partial or full automation technologies is enormous. But we got to get from here to there safely. And it has to be not just as good as human beings, it has to be dramatically better in order to earn the public acceptance that will be associated with those technologies. Right now, we're in a strange, I describe it almost as a kind of a valley of death between where we started and where we need to get to. Because right now, you'll notice that in a lot of the most sophisticated cars, half of the technology is about protecting you from the other half of the technology. In other words, if you've got some of the spiffier cars now, you know, they're tracking your eye movements. It'll flash a little coffee cup if you haven't been putting your eye on the road, or the cruise control will disengage if it doesn't think your hands are on the wheel. They're all very good technologies, but what that means is we need technology to keep you from depending on the technology. So it's a very 3 steps forward, 2 steps back situation right now in terms of the safety benefits. But if this continues to develop the way it needs to, and we're working hard as a regulator to try to guide that, put left and right boundaries around it, and then industry is working very hard to develop it, the safety payoff in terms of the lives we could save is enormous. Here's another way to think about it. We have finally started tentatively to reduce the rise in roadway deaths that we've experienced over the last decade or so. Last year we saw it go down by about 1%. 1% of 40,000, 400 people. Right there, 400 people who didn't die. That's what a 1% improvement represents. But I believe we can get to zero. And I know that sounds pie in the sky to some, but the reason I believe in the vision of zero is that individual locations in the US have achieved it. Granted, Washington, D.C. has never had a year with 0 traffic fatalities, but Jersey City has, Hoboken has, Edina, Minnesota has, Evanston, Illinois has. And so the more we can add each passing year to that roster of cities or neighborhoods within cities that have achieved 0, the closer we get to a goal that I think should match our reality and expectation in a typical year for passenger aviation, which is 0.
Cabinet secretaries don't always get to deliver good news, but one of the president's signature achievements, the infrastructure bill. Here's a crazy stat. There's an amazing stat. 46,000 projects have been awarded funding. And I was asking you backstage, is it true that DOT has half of the projects in the infrastructure bill? And you said, yes, that's true, but?
Most of the projects, half of the funding.
Okay. And so you get to deliver a lot of good news.
Yeah, we do. It's the best part of the job, especially because there are so many places and communities that have been trying to do this for years and years. They have some big project, and it's just never been possible because they haven't had the funding. And some of this is what I would describe as the cathedrals of our infrastructure. We're investing in the Hudson River Tunnel, the finest engineering, state-of-the-art of the Teddy Roosevelt administration, needs to be redone. That is going to be one of the biggest public works projects in the United States. And it's exciting to be able to see that finally happen because we're able to commit more than $10 billion to see it through. But some of the most moving projects that I've been able to see are six-figure projects that mean everything to the community they're in. I was in a small South Dakota community, very small, but just big enough to have an airport. 2,500 people in Chamberlain, South Dakota, but they have an airport that really matters because they use it for the air ambulance life flight missions to get to a trauma center, which is otherwise hours away for a hospital patient. It's also important for crop dusting. And their general aviation terminal is basically a manufactured home. It's a mobile home. You can tell, they've done a nice job with it, but you can tell it's double wide. And with about $700,000 or $800,000, we're funding them to get an actual building. And the difference that'll make to patients, to pilots, and everybody in between is huge. Tears were coming to the eyes of some of the local officials I met when we went out there to celebrate that project. So whether it's a project in a community that most people in Washington have never heard of, or whether it's one of these cathedrals of our infrastructure that people have been wondering how to get done for decades, all of that is happening through this infrastructure package. Now, we still don't get to say yes to most of the applications that come in because the need is so great. But we're able to say yes more than any of my predecessors ever got to do, which is why I think not only do I have the best job in the federal government, but this is the best time ever to have had that job.
You were very early to recognize the power of online communication to reach people in your other campaigns. And a fascinating stat that I got from your team, you've been in office 2-ish years. You've done 1,800 interviews. Many of them from that famous remote studio. We now all recognize that blue background. So you're coming up on 2,000 interviews. What is the secret to communicating on Sunday shows, on Today, GMA?
I don't have any big secrets, but one thing I found, by the way, most of those 1,800 are probably local television, although we do, GMA or Meet the Press or any of the others. I guess the biggest thing I would say that I've learned is that even though the audiences can be very different, the interviews don't have to be that different. And I think that's because I cut my teeth as a mayor of a small city where, every week I would go to a different local TV station. We had about 4. I would kind of make my rounds week to week and sit down with the anchor, and they'd ask me whatever tough issues there were, and I'd do my best to answer. And even though the viewing audience, if I sit down and do that on CBS, might be 1,000 times more, the experience isn't that different, right? There's an anchor, there's a camera, there's a studio, you have something to say. And so I try to make sure that whether I'm talking about a specific grant to local TV in Eau Claire, Wisconsin, or whether I'm doing a Sunday show on behalf of the administration, I have that kind of same, I'm saying the same things. You never say something here that you'd be embarrassed to have repeated there. And I'm speaking to the same issues, which are mostly not about the Washington drama of the bills that got passed or didn't and who gets credit for them, but just about what's actually getting done and how it's making everyday life better. That's the only reason any of our work matters in government, is that somebody's everyday life gets better or gets worse. And whether we're talking about cosmic issues around democracy, whether we're talking about things like the right to choose or marriage equality, or whether we're talking about fixing an airport in South Dakota, all of it matters because somebody's life gets better if we get it right.
Something the Axios White House team has picked up is that President Biden likes to see you on TV.
He definitely teases me about how much I'm on TV. Look, I love getting out there talking about the good news. And look, we deal with bad news too, right? I mean, anytime something bad happens in our transportation system.
Last Christmas?
We're talking about it, yeah. Although, we followed that bad news with some, I think, good news for passenger rights, which was within a year, we hit Southwest with the toughest enforcement action in DOT history. And with it, are engaging them and requiring them as part of the settlement to issue the most generous reimbursements going forward if you ever get stuck on Southwest and they're responsible. In addition to the baseline rights that we protect, you get a $75 voucher as well, which I'm hoping that other airlines will seek to emulate, and that it could actually move the market. So anyway, our job is to try to respond to bad news and have that develop into good news, and to tell the story about the good news. Here's the problem. When something is uncontroversially and unambiguously good, it doesn't get that much attention. Right? Good news is no news, is how one of my colleagues puts it. So that means we just have to work that much harder to get on TV, to get on the ground, take about a trip a week, to make sure people can't miss the good things that this administration is doing to make their lives better, whether it's the stuff I get to work on in transportation or the rest of the infrastructure package, school buses, broadband, clean water, energy grid improvements, or any of the other things that are going on across this country.
Lisa's about to give me the hook, so a penultimate question. All politics is personal. You're now officially a Michigan resident. My colleague Nathan Bomey, who is a Michigander, says, all my Michigan friends want to know, since he moved to Michigan, is Secretary Buttigieg planning to run for governor when Gretchen Whitmer's term ends at the end of 26? When she's term limited, it will be an open seat. You going to go for it?
We moved to Michigan because it was the right thing to do for our family. Anybody who's ever had toddlers knows how important it is or how helpful it can be to have toddlers next to grandparents if that's an option. And that's what we've achieved by moving to Michigan. So I don't mean to dodge, it's just that this job takes about 110% of my intellect and attention. And I don't know if I'll run for office again or not, but I do really care about the future of the state that I've married into and adopted, and I think Governor Whitmer is doing a fantastic job.
And as we say goodbye, we always finish with one fun thing. In addition to everything I mentioned at the top, you are now a triathlete.
Yeah, I mean, if I did one triathlon. I don't know if that makes you a triathlete.
Sure does.
All right, then I'll take it. Yeah.
Have you got another one on the books?
No, it was really hard. Not that I didn't love it, but I had to really lean on my husband to agree to watch the kids while I went out on these 4-hour bike rides. By the way, not just Michigan, but Washington are a fantastic place to run or take long bike rides. So it was great training. I definitely enjoyed it, but until I have a less demanding job, I don't think I can train for something like that Ironman again.
And as we say goodbye, I know a secret about you.
Uh-oh.
You have 2.5-year-old twins.
Yeah.
And therefore, your personal vehicle is a
Pacifica plug-in minivan. Never thought I'd be a van person. But nobody thinks they're going to be a van person until they're a van person. It is life-changing.
Very grateful to Planet Word for hosting us today. Thank all of you for coming. We appreciate our sponsors for making this possible. And we're very grateful to the incredible Axios events team. They pull off miracle after miracle. This has been such a great couple days. We'd love to see you upstairs. We have goodies, and we'd love for this crowd to continue to connect. So I hope you'll join me upstairs. And Secretary Buttigieg, thank you for a fantastic conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Appreciate it. See you upstairs and on Axios.com.